on the Local Control Accountability Plan presented by Dr. Carola Castro, Assistant Superintendent, Academic Services, and Mr. Tuan Nguyen, Deputy Superintendent, CFO. In addition, there are members of the LCAP team I see here in the audience eagerly waiting to present to us what's happening and how we can do things better. We'll then transition to a closed session at 6 p.m. We'll start with the person sitting before us right now, Ms. Dr. Carola Castro.
Thank you. Good evening, President Nishi, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, and members of our community. Thank you so much for this opportunity to walk through tonight's LCAP study session. The goal of this evening is not to review the entirety of the LCAP plan. You do have it in front of you, and I'll walk you through it a little bit. It is 211 pages, so I don't want to bore you with walking through the entire thing. But I do hope that by the end of this session, you'll see that this document really drives real action across our schools. Before I get started, and as we start to bring down the presentation, I do want to make sure I acknowledge the audience members who are here this evening, who are available to answer your questions once we get into the Q&A portion. First of all, I really want to acknowledge our LCAP PAC parents that are here with us this evening. There's a larger group of parents, as they're now representatives from School Site Council that are part of our LCAP PAC. So typically we have about 50 members that actually show up to our meetings, and we have 3 to 4 meetings a year. It's a huge improvement from the activity we used to have with our LCAP, so I'm really proud of that. So here are a few of our members. First, from Burbank Elementary, Miss Maria Flores. Thank you for being here. From Nixon, Monique Arisi, thank you. From Cerritos High School, David Cienfuegos. From Ross Middle School, Dulce Medel. From Whitman Elementary, Joy Williams. She'll be joining us in a little bit. And so that's part of our LCAP PAC. In addition, you see a number of our staff members, our directors, and our coordinating staff that help to implement some of these actions across our school sites. So I'll start with a few introductions, starting with the head of our EIP program, Maggie Harding, our tech TA, Miles Ponce, our specialized support counselor, Lisette Lozano, our implementation coaches, Maria Nanez and Jodine Smith, and our CTE coordinator, Edwin Vasquez. And of course, you see the large group of directors. There are a total of 8 directors that work with me on the LCAP in supporting the LCAP implementation across our school sites. So of course, I have to give them a shout out as well. Dr. Christine Balbuena, Dr. Rochelle Chavez, Dr. Greg Francois, Dr. Evelyn Ha, Mr. Mike Lawrence, Dr. Ricardo Lois, Dr. Myra Lozano, and Dr. Soko Verduzco, who are also here to answer your questions. So did I give enough time to bring the presentation down? Okay. I will get us going. All right, so today we have 4 goals for you this evening. First, we're going to quickly review how the LCAP aligns with our strategic plan. Next, we're going to examine how we plan, implement, monitor, and evaluate our work. Number 3, we're going to identify and show how resources are tied to student needs. And then number 4, we're going to highlight how our community voices shape the decisions that we make. So quickly for the alignment piece, I just wanted to point out, because sometimes this can be a point of confusion, you just adopted a strategic plan for our district. And part of that strategic plan is thinking about the path forward. Our strategic plan really charts that plan forward and tells us where we want to go. So we want to make sure we have higher academic outcomes, we have empowered students, engaged families, thriving staff, and optimized resources. That's, if you will, the end game of the strategic plan. But our LCAP is really the compass and the map that helps to get us there. It provides specific routes, checkpoints, and mile markers for us. It makes sure that we're setting goals, actions, and metrics, staying the course on those identified needs of our unduplicated student groups, focusing on a growth model of support, and ensuring specific supports with accountability. In other words, we're ensuring that we're transforming funding compliance from the state into meaningful educational outcomes for our students. One of the requirements in California for the LCAP is to make sure that we're addressing the 8 state priorities, which you can see listed there. They're in 3 major categories, which is conditions of learning, student outcomes, and engagement. In ABC, our LCAP goals take those 8 state priorities, and we have them down to 5. 3 broad goals around goal number 1, academics, goal 2, student connectedness, goal 3, college and career readiness, and our 2 focus goals that are much more specific because they're specific to a school site or to a group of students, and that's Goal 4, special education students, and Goal 5 are equity multiplier funds, which in ABC, the only school that qualifies is Tracy High School. So at this point, I'm going to walk you through the binder a little bit just to help you become familiar with the components of it. That way you can look through it and you could ask us questions as I finish the presentation later on. So the first piece is I purposely put colors on here so you could see colors on the tabs as well, so you can match those up. The first part of your binder is the entirety of the presentation, so that's the first part. After the presentation is our ABC Unified Educational Partners Guide, which we have provided for you. Typically, we put this out about spring because this provides you all the qualitative and quantitative information that we put together to inform our LCAP. Then you can see the blue tab, and it's aligned up there. It's the LCAP plan summary. This is a required component, and if you flip to page 9 right after the tab, you see that part of what we're required to do is not only provide general information, but on page 10 and 11, you start to see our annual performance, right? That's the reflection of our annual performance. Just as a reminder, this annual performance is written in, it's approved and written before May of 2025. So it's always a year behind, right? Because we didn't have our test scores yet to be able to do a reflection on that current test score. So these reflect the 23-24 school year results. Then you see the engagement of educational partners, the tab with black writing on it. And if you flip to that, that starts on page 19. You can see that one of the requirements of the states is to make sure that we not only identify all the partners we work with, such as our students, such as our parents, our principals, community members, but we also describe and give specific dates of when we have met with them and how we meet with them, what the process is for engaging them in this work. And so you can see detailed explanation in that section. Following that is the tab in red. That's where you see goals 1 through 5. So if you can flip to that tab on page 29. I'll quickly describe for you some of the key components here. The first is the actual goal. Then we have to identify the state priorities aligned to that goal and explain why we developed that goal using data. If you look on page 31, now you start to see the measuring and reporting results. These are the metrics we have to progress monitor over the course of 3 years. So you can see that it lays out specific metrics. The majority of these metrics are required by the state. Some are ones that we can decide upon. And as you can see, just for goal 1, and again, this repeats for goals 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, but just for goal 1, we have 18 metrics that we need to progress monitor throughout the year for all of our actions. On page 37 is our goal analysis. This is reflection questions that we have to do for each of our actions where we talk about our challenges and successes. We talk about any budgetary differences that we may have had in executing those actions. We talked about effective and ineffectiveness of our actions. And then we also talk about any changes that we decide to make. Then in the yellow, this last section that I'll review for you is the increased or improved services. This is another requirement by the state where we not only talk about the actions we listed, but how they are in service to English learners, long-term English learners, foster youth, homeless youth, and our low-income students. Those are all the required groups that we need to speak to about how our actions are addressing the need of those specific student groups. So you can see that explanation starting on page 116. Then you see again our budget section, are the last 2 tabs, and then LCAP instructions in the appendix are another required component that's listed in there. All right, so throughout the presentation, I'm going to reference different sections of the PowerPoint, but at any point you have questions, please let me know. I mean, different sections of this LCAP accountability plan. This is approved. It's a lengthy approval process with LACO. We are very good to meet our deadlines with LACO because that way we can receive our funding starting on July 1st of that following school year. But we review all this with LACO, and LACO makes sure that we're not only compliant, but that we're actually meeting the intent of the law with the LCAP requirements. In addition, there are some new components that have been added in the last few years. So I just want to make you aware of that because there have been changes from the past. One of the new requirements is our equity multiplier funds. Again, this is specific only to Tracy High School. California requires that you have a goal specific to your equity multiplier funds. And equity multiplier funds are allocated to schools that have a non-stability rate that's greater than 25%, meaning that they have a population that is transient, that doesn't finish or start the school year with that particular school consistently. And they have a low income rate of at least greater than 70%. And currently, Tracy High School is the only school that falls under these categories, and so it receives additional funding for that support. Also new is that now in the LCAP, we have to identify groups of students and focus schools based on the California dashboard. And you can see them identified in the appendix section. We have to call out any schools or any groups that are in the red in the dashboard. Again, I'll remind you, this is based on old information. The new dashboard for this school year doesn't come out until November 15th. So we don't have updated information. This is information from last year. And then last but not least, another requirement from the state that was new this last year was we now have to align and incorporate our learning recovery funds into our LCAP actions. So districts that had any money left from the learning recovery funds, which ABC did have money, we had to align it to our existing goals and actions and then show how it was going to improve that. So for example, I listed there our intervention teachers. They are embedded in Goal 1, Action 1.2. Here's a quick review of the timeline that we need to follow. Again, these are important dates that we continuously revise. One of the requirements you'll see coming up soon again is we have to respond to the dashboard, which comes out November 15th, like I mentioned. After that, by the end of February, I do a mid-year review and I present to the board an update on where we are with our metrics for the LCAP so that we can continue to progress monitor and see how we're moving forward. And then we do our educational partners' final input and review to be able to present to the board in June our public hearing and board approval of the next year's LCAP. All right, let's talk about our process. So the LCAP follows a continuous improvement model that really ensures responsive data-informed decision-making. There's 4 steps that we follow. We plan, we implement, we monitor, and evaluate. And currently, this is a 3-year plan. Currently, we are in year 2 of the 2024-2027 cycle. With every year, you're following this process of monitoring, evaluating, planning, and improving what you're doing from the year prior. So let's talk about what happens in each of those phases. In our planning phase, which usually happens from March to May, we are really actively working with our students, our parent advisory groups, employee groups, administrators, and with you, the board, to look at what are the components that are being successful, that families need a little more help with, what input does our community have regarding some of our actions, so that we can take that information and incorporate it into our LCAP. So that's why you see that we've started to put this out to be transparent. This is all the information we collect, either through surveys or through our meetings. We collect this information and we make sure that we incorporate that into our LCAP. And you'll see some examples of that towards the end of our presentation. We also look at our required state metrics as well as our local measures to look at what is the progress that we're making in each of the major areas. Implementing starts July 1st of that fiscal year, right? So our implementation of this year started July 1st, 2025, and it ends all the way till June 30th of 2025. It's an ongoing cycle. There are actions that we do over the summer, such as summer school and planning for the following school year. And so the structures that are involved is that we have kind of 3 buckets, and I'll talk to you about this more specifically when we get to the budget section. We start looking at our district-wide implementation of our support of UDP students. In ABC, we have UDP students existing at all of our school sites, and so we want to make sure we provide services no matter where our students are located. We have enhanced supports so that schools with higher concentration of specific needs get more supports as appropriate. And then we have school-specific supports. We have supplemental and concentration funds that we do send to schools, which they then create their plans through their school plan for student achievement to determine how best to use those funds for their local community needs. In monitoring, you see the key checkpoints I've identified for you on the screen. October, again, is the official release of CAS scores. This year, the state is ahead of itself, which is great. They originally said they would release the scores on October 15th. Now it looks like they're going to release the scores October 9th, so you may have some information in your weekly board briefing on the release of our CASP scores this week. We also have our Universal Screener and Benchmark 1 are completed by the end of the month. And then in November, we have our dashboard release with schools being identified for differentiated assistance. And then in February, we have our mid-year review, as I mentioned earlier, but our principals also do a mid-year snapshot presentation to our cabinet to talk about how they're using their site-based LCAP funds to support the students in need. And I also want to mention that another part of progress monitoring is that at the district level, we have monthly, what we call our MTSS LCAP district-wide committee meetings. It is represented by every single department up here. And what we do in those meetings is we progress monitor, we data analyze, and we discuss the implementation of those actions so that we can better support our schools and make sure that the actions that should be happening are happening and being implemented at our school sites. So sometimes I get asked the question, like, can we change an LCAP partway through the year? The answer is we can always make adjustments to the LCAP, but as you can see from this lengthy document, we have to be able to justify it. There has to be a need, and we have to respond to that need, and the need has to come from students, or there has to be a reason for that change. So here's two examples of a mid-year change that may occur. The first example is, once the California dashboard is released in November, we may have a school or a student group show up in the red that we didn't have before. And then we have to adjust our funding, adjust our actions in order to provide them support. So that's an example of a mid-year shift that may occur. Another shift that sometimes happens is there's changes in staffing, or something happens that we can't control, right? So if we have for example, we did have that happen this year. We had 4 math coaches the last few years. One of our math coaches was able to get a permanent position in a different district. So they were not continuing with us this year. So we have the funding, we still need to provide support to those schools, and so we may need to make a shift. Math coaches, hiring a math coach would not be feasible after the school year started because most math coaches are already hired by their districts, and sometimes districts don't release them. So for example, you'll see an action item coming up this evening where staff recommends working with a different company, a consultant company that would actually provide tutoring services to that school site during the day, high leverage dosing tutoring, because we have to shift our focus, but still provide the services and the support to that school site. So again, that's an example of how we can make some of those changes and why we would make some of those changes. Last but not least, we are evaluating our actions. Now, even though it says March through June, as I mentioned, we have those monthly meetings where that's where we are consistently progress monitoring. At the end of at March and June, we start to actually look at multiple metrics across the board. And we look at our educational partners data through our student voice forums, which is where we meet with groups of students from across the district and ask them about the impact of the LCAP and what they would like to see. We look at our survey results from our California Healthy Kids Survey and School Parent Survey, our English Learner Title I parent surveys, our parent and teacher empathy interviews that we hold, and then our AI Community Roundtable that has been added this year and last year. Although the CASP results are not public yet, so we can't speak to specific numbers, I am happy to share that preliminary CASP results show that we are seeing some academic growth in schools that are receiving those additional supports. So I'd like to take a moment to showcase and celebrate a few of these that include Artesia High School, showing academic growth in ELA and math, Tracy High School, showing growth in ELA and math, Fetty Middle School, showing growth in 7th grade math, Willow Elementary, showing growth in 6th grade math, Melbourne Elementary, 5th grade science, and Kennedy Elementary, English learner improvements in math and science. This is not an exhaustive list, but this is just a sampling of some of the positive results we're seeing already in our preliminary data. And again, I just want to emphasize that this document really reflects the hard work and coordination of the district office and the school sites, because LCAP affects both district office and the school sites to deliver those services to the students in most need. All right, the budget section. So first, I just want to share with you kind of the four different buckets. Do you want
Can
to
we
pause?
do some questions?
Sure.
Because does the board have any initial questions? Or do you just want to go through? Well, I think questions are important, so if you want to have questions now, a few questions so that way we can get those out. Sure. Let's see, Board Member McCatton.
Dr. Castro, can you explain what parent and teacher empathy interviews are?
Sure. So our parent and teacher empathy interviews came from the need of, surveys are really a one-way response. Sometimes when we get survey results, we don't understand the context or the stories behind that. And so empathy interviews are a way to humanize the information that you receive and to gather more information. So the last few years in development of the LCAP, I have interviewed teachers based on different needs. So the first year, we noticed that there was a dip in fifth grade math scores, and so I interviewed fifth grade teachers. I personally went to school sites and spoke with teachers about what their needs were for math and what they were seeing from their end. The following year, I went to high school and I interviewed high school math teachers as well as middle school math teachers. This year, I'm going to be focusing on special education and interviewing our special education teachers. So every year, it's a different focus depending on the need. For our parents, it depends on a specific group when we see that there's some concerns that are happening. Last year, working with my Black Family Circle PAC that we have a close relationship with that works out of our equity office, we decided to do empathy interviews with our African American families, and so I conducted those across the district and used that information to help support our LCAP.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And we can always go back and ask more questions. Don't worry about it. All right, so without any further questions, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. For parents and family members who would like to get involved and have their voice heard as it relates to our programs, how can they get more involved?
Great question. I think one of the more important things is when you see those notifications for school site council at your school sites to volunteer to participate if you can. We do put the LCAP PAC meetings out to all of our parents to be able to participate in the meetings. We ask each school to send at least 2 representatives so they could also volunteer to be a PAC representatives so that their voice can be heard. But we always welcome members of the public to join the meeting if they would like to, especially if they don't want to make a commitment to 4 evenings in the school year to come consistently. They can at least come to one of the meetings and see if they would like to participate and see the process.
Okay, continue on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so the budget information, there's 4 buckets in which we have our budget. The first is site-specific allocations. So our schools have funds that are allocated to them based on the percentage of their UDP students, and that gives them flexibility to address the needs of the student, because as we know, every school in our district is unique and different, and they have varying needs, and so we allow for those local decisions to happen. Next is our district-provided resources. These are resources that are allocated across the district to support UDP students at any one of our school sites. Our UDP rate is approximately 61%, which allows us to do that. So that students across the school. So for example, our mental health professionals, they exist at every single school site. They're there to help all students, but they're specifically there to help support foster, homeless youth, English learners, low-income students. Enhanced supports, this is allocation of resources that are directed to schools with greater percentages of groups of UDP students. And so for example, that earlier I spoke about math coaches. We only have 4 coaches. So that's limited in the amount of help we can give, but to maximize, we send those to the school sites where we see that there's the greatest need for math support. So where we identified based on CAS scores or based on those interviews or based on speaking with the principals that there's a greater need to support our teachers and our students, that's how they get allocated to their time. And then, of course, the equity multiplier funds, which is just a specific allocation given to us by the state. So this gives you a snapshot of the percentage of how those LCAP funds are kind of split up, with site-specific funds, district-provided, enhanced supports being the large majority of that. So enhanced, so it really allows for us to really work on focusing on our English learners or our long-term English learners and creating those enhanced services. And I'll give you some examples of that. And then the equity multiplier funds being the smallest of that group. For this portion, I'll hand it over to Mr. Nguyen to just briefly describe for you the LCAP funds and how they're apportioned to school sites for site-specific funds.
Thank you so much, Dr. Castro. I presented this at the study sessions back in
September?
July or
I
August
remember seeing it.
or March. So
We commented on it.
basically, each schools are unique, and we want to tailor our support and the budget based on the needs, right? And then it's driven by the term, what you see there is the UDP, which is their unduplicated pupil percentage, which represent a group of low-income English learners and foster youth students. So the higher the percentage, clearly, the more needs the school would have, and therefore they would get additional funding or more funding, even though their enrollment or ADA could be lower, but they do get more support and allocation in terms of budget. So this is what you see there, and I want to clarify the LCAP column, that's the supplemental and concentration funds, and the LCFF column, that's then for the base fund. So and then there's the total column. So in looking across a school, like Aloha, the first one, their total site budget is $301,394, and this is site specific, and this is 100% site control. So they have full control of this for their discretionary use, right? This is not to pay for any of their staffing at the schools, other than the ones that the site choose to pay for. From the principal down to the custodian, to the teachers, to the counselor, all district paid. This is just site discretionary, so I want to make sure that. Now, should the site choose to use this money to support their SIPSA, their school plan, in hiring additional either teacher or support or intervention specialist or paraeducator, they may choose to do that, but not the class, not the regular staffing that the district provided. So and all in all, we provide about $11 million directly to site, and they have full control over this. Our check and balance up here are two components. One is to ensure that they stay in compliance with the program, and two, that they stay in compliance with the budget dollar amount, right? So for example, if they choose to spend money out of that column where it's, say, Prop 28, so there's program requirements with that propositions, and the site need to understand the requirement of that, and we have a program director up here to approve any expenditure come out of that, and of course the accounting department would check to ensure that they have the money. So there's program and compliance, there's budget compliance every time they spend any of this dollar to ensure compliance, up and down the district. So that's where we are with the 25-26 site allocation budget. Turn it back to you, Dr. Castro.
Thank you. So I'll point your attention to Willow Elementary there in the middle, where the LCAP funds are about $124,000 for their site-specific funds. Again, as Mr. Nguyen said, this is for their discretion. This is their site-specific. But I just wanted to show you an example of how the LCAP funds support. So they have their site allocation, the $124,000. Then, because Willow has a higher percentage of UDP students, they also have enhanced supports. So they have a reading intervention teacher. They have a specialized support counselor for 80% of the time. They have a math coach there. That's one of the schools that is able to receive math coach support. They have an additional FTE based on some of their concentration funding or based on some of their needs. They have supports for materials for reading and writing, summer school. They have extended school for LTEL, et cetera. You could see the exhaustive list. And then district-wide supports that are provided through our LCAP. They also receive the support of a diversity book fair. They have technology support. They receive the STAR benchmarks, which are paid for through the LCAP, our EduClimber, which is our data progress monitoring, mental health professional, math tutoring after school, assistance for chronic absenteeism. So again, these are all things that are funded out of our LCAP that they receive in addition to the $124,000 that's part of their LCAP supplemental. The next few slides after this just give you further information on the differences between the different buckets of here's the district provided supports, which I just mentioned under Willow, the enhanced supports that we've identified in our LCAP, which again is only specific to those school sites that have higher percentages of UDP students. And then our equity multiplier specific to Tracy High School. It's a different type of goal than what you see from goals 1, 2, and 3. It's very specific to certain groups of students at the school. And you can see those areas highlighted in blue is because we have confirmed that we have met those goals at Tracy High School. The other two, we're just waiting to get final information from the updated dashboard and from our CASP and English learner progress rates. To close us out for today, I just wanted to make sure I acknowledge again once more and recognize our LCAP PAC. As you know, it's a very comprehensive process to work with our educational partners. We really wanted our educational partner engagement to be authentic, to make sure that we heard different voices from students to parents to employee groups, and of course, as part of our Board of Education as well. And I can give you examples of how those voices have been heard. For example, we were asked for more literacy support at home. We funded free book fairs through the diversity book fairs across all of our school sites. Our parents asked for, they had concerns about bullying. We launched a district-wide bullying prevention system and adjusted our LCAP to meet those needs. Our families wanted more culturally affirming experiences. We expanded student leadership with our Hispanic Latino Family Circle. And again, you can see they wanted more stronger mental health supports. We enhanced our access to site mental health professionals and peer groups, more college and career. We increased college and career programming, adding career exploration at the middle school level and now at the elementary level based on our parent input. And then they wanted more support for math. And this was even recently last year. We heard a lot about calculators, very expensive calculators that we were being asked for at the secondary level. And so we funded those available for our families, as well as making sure that there were online licenses to build fluency either at home or at school. And last but not least, to communicate our collective work, you'll hear about more of this later on today, but we are sharing our LCAP ABC stories. So these are short video series that will highlight the different goals of our LCAP. I think it's great to expose others to the great work that's happening in our district. As you're going to hear about tonight, 2 of them, which is our career technical education and college and career readiness. And you'll hear more about digital citizenship and bullying prevention. And so I'm proud to be communicating that great work on behalf of this wonderful team that's behind me.
Thank you. That's a very comprehensive report. I'll start with public comments. Are there any public comments on this particular item?
I see none.
Thank you. Some board comments. I better get a comment. Board member Dr. Rios.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. I know. Ran up right up to our work day. So first of all, I want to thank President Nishi for putting this meeting together. I know it has been, we've requested it, and there's a lot of concerns that come up, and I felt like we needed time to just talk about this. I'm a little, I feel rushed. I think the presentation was absolutely rushed. But regardless, I think maybe this could be the starting point for us to continue to have these important conversations about the LCAP, because it does highlight our vulnerable students, right? It highlights those 3 groups: our English learners, our economically disadvantaged students, and then our foster and homeless, who are the students that we consistently see low, or challenging outcomes. I guess I'll leave it. And the fact that we continue to get, how much this year, Juan? 28 million?
Over 30 million now.
Oh, okay.
30,138,346.
So that continues to concern me, right? Because this is money that we would not get otherwise. We get this pot of money to specifically support these three groups. And the fact that we continue to see that same level of performance tells me that we need to do things differently. And I think we've, had the LCAP for I don't know how many years now. That was a long, I think it took like 30 years for that to happen. And then here we are, and the outcomes haven't changed. And so that's going to continue to be the concern that I raise. I don't know what we need to do. And I want to also acknowledge the work of the LCAP team. I know how much work goes into it. I help write mine in my day job. So I acknowledge all of your work. I think my main advocacy is always going to be, what can we do different to get better outcomes? The fact that only 17% of our students are achieving academic outcomes concerns me. The fact that only about 53, and I think that's grown to, our goal is 60%, 53% of students are achieving standards, that concerns me. I don't understand how $30 million, we can't take that money and do something about that issue. I'm looking at the budget for side, and total amount is $3 million. So where's the other $27 million? How are we investing that money in a way that maybe will get us better results? The other concern that I always raise is, we say, well, we're giving MHP, we're giving mental health professionals to every school. Well, if that money disappears tomorrow, that LCAP money, we're still going to have to provide counselors at all of our schools. So I really think that we need to get creative for how we spend our money so that we get, again, we're in the business of educating kids. And if only 53% of these kids are attaining standards, and yes, I know we can talk about how there are different measures of student success, but I care that they know how to read and write. I care that they know how to read and write. I care that they know how to do math. And so whatever outcome or measure we can have, I think we have it, but it's not happening. It's not happening for 53% of our kids, and what are we gonna do about it? I feel this sense of urgency. I felt this sense of urgency, but for some reason this year, maybe because of the political climate, maybe because of everything that's going on, I think we need to really look at those outcomes and say, you know what? ABC has always held a high standard. We need to do better. And I know that's probably not on well, yeah, it is, on everybody in this room and beyond. It takes parent engagement. It takes a lot of things, but it's over $30 million. And I know Tuan will sit here and tell me how much money we're spending, but again, in that chart, what I had, somebody help me, where's that money chart? The breakdown of the schools.
Yeah. Right here, page 21.
21, okay.
It's this brown one.
Well, if you look at the total, what's the total?
Right there.
Again, $33.4 million. So I don't want to put you on the spot, Tuan, but I like to think that those other $27 million or however much the balance, the difference is being spent on ways that are going to help those kids achieve outcomes. We talked about that tough meeting that we had last week. Teachers tell us that they need more resources. How about we consider using those $20 million to ask them what those resources look like? Is it going to be a reading program? Is it going to be investing in staff? And I know that conversation is hard because we're talking about cutting budgets and we're having to deal with less. But unless I'm mistaken, we're still getting those $30 million. Those are $30 million that we can still count on to close the gap for those vulnerable students. So thank you for this meeting. I think, again, it's the start of a conversation that we need to continuously have.
Thank you. This is a study session, so you can keep pressing the button if you'd like. Anybody else? Ms. Mendoza, Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the report. I think it's beautifully made. It's very informative. I did have a question about page 15. I know you shared with us changes in staffing with math coaches, and you said that we go outside. We hire from outside.
I can clarify. So
Yeah.
we've had 4 math coaches since the pandemic with the one-time learning recovery funds. We invested in supporting 4 math coaches to help at our high needs schools. So some of the things that they would do at those schools is They would co-teach with some of our teachers. They would help support high dosage during the day tutoring, so small group instruction for students. They would help design lessons. They would push into special education classes. And they would also provide support for all of our other math teachers across the district by providing training around the math framework. So there was a number of actions that they would take. Right now, we have a full-time math coach at Artesia and Willow. We have another one who was at Haskell and Juarez, and then we have one who's at Fetty and Ferguson. The coach that was assigned to Juarez and Ross, I'm sorry, there was another coach assigned to Ross and Juarez. She was in our district for the last 3 years, and she left our district right before the beginning of the school year. So at this point, now that we're a couple months in, it is difficult to find math coaches to hire someone. And if we try to hire someone from within, we are now leaving a class with a long-term sub with no position. So typically we just have to rethink how we do that. And so one of the ways that we've thought about it is by working with, for example, like Tutor Me is a company that actually was brought to me by one of our board members. We vetted the company and we talked to them about how high dosage tutoring during the school day as an additional support to our teachers, because when I did empathy interviews, that was one of the things they requested, like additional tutoring support during the day, because not all students stay after school. We wish they would, but they don't. And so this tutoring company would come in small 9-week cycles and do specific push and tutoring support to support the teacher with the students, pull students into small groups who are having challenges with keeping up with the content, and help that teacher build those students' content knowledge up, along with, of course, the teacher's instruction during the class time.
So the tutoring company, are they credentialed teachers?
Yes, there's credentialed teachers as part of it, as well as tutors that are college-age tutors. So there's both.
Okay. I'm glad that they're credentialed teachers. I guess moving forward, I know that it's really difficult to replace someone who's been with us and is very experienced, but knowing that we're going into some financial crisis, I mean, do we ask schools, like, do we open it up to the schools and say, we have this position open, is there anybody who would want to take this position? Because I would love for that money to go to our own staff instead of spending it outside of our district. So I don't know, going forward, if I understand that if I did it, I left the classroom to be a reading instruction specialist. I left the classroom, and so they had to find somebody to replace me. So it was kind of this domino effect, right? But there was a difference having someone coming in from the school and taking that position than coming somebody outside and taking that position. So my suggestion going forward is, if that situation ever comes up, I would love to hire from within our school district instead of hiring and spending the funds outside to someone else.
So another point of clarification is, yes, that's always our preference, but our typical stance has been, once the school year has started, we try not to pull from the school site, because then it leaves them a long-term sub position open, and the likelihood of us hiring someone into that position. We're in current situations now with openings in special education where we've interviewed, we've hired, because teachers that typically apply are contracted with other districts. The other districts won't release them. And so we're still sitting here with a long-term sub. So it's more of a strategic decision. These are part of those one-time funds that are combined with LCAP. And so we will revisit it. And if the position's going to continue in the future, then our preference is, of course, to work with the experts within our own district who know our district better, and to continue with that. So we're in agreement, Ms. Mendoza, that should be the way we move forward.
And I just think, our community is going to be looking at us, and they're going to see, like, we're spending all this money outside of our district. I think the community deserves to see that money stays within our own staff. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. Let's see here. We have district benchmark, page number 31, the negative 4.4 overall. The scores went down a little bit in elementary. But it looks like you're saying that Melbourne and Willow and Kennedy actually Willow and Melbourne are doing better. How do we know? Because you said the CAST results don't come out for another 4 days. How do we have the preliminary results?
So there is a preliminary window where districts are allowed to preview the results. We're just not allowed to share those results publicly. It's for our own planning purposes. It's usually like a 10-day window where they open it up, sometimes as short as 5 days. You can review your data, and then they'll close the window up again. The challenge with giving specific UDP information is when that window is open, you can't disaggregate the data. In that way, it's you can't just pull like English learners separately. It just gives you holistically information. And so that's why I say now that it's going to be released, we can give you more specific data coming soon so that you can see how the different groups of students are performing.
So we think that based upon this item number 4, a reduction of 4%, that we're already seeing results, because this was as of spring 2025, and this is fall of 2025. 2024. Right.
Yeah, the district benchmarks are a little bit different than our CASP results.
Okay.
So we do have our initial benchmarks that have been, and you'll receive that in the board briefing this week, that have been conducted. Then from our initial benchmarks, that's how our schools, working with our reading intervention teachers at each of our school sites, decide which students are going to receive additional supports. And then we progress monitor that with our first benchmark, which happens actually right now in October, towards the end of October. So that we look at what's happening with those students the first few months. We don't waste any time, making sure that they get the help that they need immediately. And we do that for the reading program as well as for our math program at those specific school sites that have math coaches, but also to refer our students to tutoring. So that specific line item is district benchmark math elementary. And so we use those benchmarks to determine which groups of students need that high dosage tutoring support.
Thank you. All right. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Ernie. I just want to share, thank you. Dr. Verduzco and Dr. Chavez, I had the privilege to meet up with them, and I was like really impressed with our special ed program. First of all, they just love their job. And it's really tough working with special ed. And I realized how our district do have a very strong special ed program. I heard some stories from other districts and how, with the new changes in law, one of my friends who's a teacher got shingles because she had 5 students. But I asked that question, and there's a lot of teacher support, which I really appreciate. Can you imagine you teacher tackling with a special ed student? Because, they're called special ed because they do need that special attention. So thank you so much. And just on a note, I heard my colleague, Dr. Rio's concern. And, this concern has been coming around again and again. And I think it is pretty legitimate. And all these LCAP, there's a lot of funds are there to help and support that, to close the gap. And if some of the practice that we've been doing is not as efficient, maybe we can revisit. And maybe we can have a committee to sort of analyze and dissect and see how the practice has been. Maybe the summer programs, can we revisit and revamp it a little bit? It's not always about more funding, but some of the things that we can do differently. For example, campaigning to the parents the importance of education, reading, using the summer to catch up, and and reinforcing at home, even though parents are working. I never really learned to read until like pretty late because I came in the middle of 3rd grade. It's very difficult to catch up as an English learner. So, I understand, and she's been sharing the concerns and the struggles, the frustrations. And so that's just my suggestion, to revisit and revamp and do things a little bit different. Maybe Summer's our best time to catch up, so that's just my recommendation.
Thank you. Board Member McHatton.
I want to thank you for all your work on this report. And I have a question. So in October, you said we get the testing results back, and in November, we get the dashboard back. Can you come back and give us a report at that time about what those results look like, what it says about the programs that we're using in the district, and how we might go forward?
Yes, that's one of the requirements of the LCAP is that we provide an update called the mid-year review that incorporates the dashboard results with our local metrics to give you updates on our progress. One thing I just want to add in terms of the $30 million that we're discussing, on the Educational Partners Guide as well as in the LCAP book, just for the sake of transparency, we've also posted the budget for each section, for each action and service. So for example, on page 10 of the Educational Partners Guide, speaking to what one of our board members just spoke about, there's 1.4 million assigned to summer school programs. And those summer school programs, we reevaluate them every year. We look at the results from that, we look at our programming, and we redesign them so that we can better support the English reading, writing, and our math skills during those programs, as well as science, because science is also a tested area. You can see for targeted literacy support, there's 750,000 allocated there. So for each of these budgets, you can see that, like on page 10, it just shows you for goal 1, what some of the changes were to the budgets, what those proposed budget changes were that you approved. And then again, you can see that on page 14 for goal 2, et cetera, so that there's transparency with our community about how those $30 million are being spent and how they're supporting our students. For example, under goal 2, you can see that $300,000 is assigned to homeless and foster youth resources specifically, and that works to provide that ABC Community Center. So it's just for our public to know so that they can see an easier way to read the budget than sometimes this 211-page document.
Thank you, and thank you for going through the program very expeditiously. That was a little bit of my issue because I wanted to make sure that the board members had a chance to opine. Dr. Rios.
That's 3 minutes. Okay.
Well, I got 1 minute. Reserve 1 minute for me.
So again, highlighting the exact same thing, right? The tough conversations that we have always come back to performance, because if we want to attract more students, we have declining enrollment. If we want to turn that around, then we need to improve our outcomes for some of these schools. We know parents are looking at that. And so if parents, kids is going to have a 1 out of 2 chance of meeting standards versus another school where they're going to have a, much higher percentage, then we can't blame parents for not wanting to send their kids to a certain school. And yes, that may be perception, but looks like reality as well, right? I think we need to allocate numbers differently to get different results. I see a lot of these budgets are by ADA, but yet, Aloha, I'll say it because it's at the top of the list. 89% of the students are UPP. How about we take that LCAP budget and take a percentage and allocate it to these schools so that they're not being penalized just because they have fewer students. The needs are significantly higher. So I would definitely like to see that revised. And going back to budget, thank you, Dr. Castro, for bringing up the budget. I'll look at goal 2. All of these are items that, again, if that money disappeared today, this district would still have to provide, right? Technical assistance to school staff on attendance improvement. Interventions and supports to reduce suspensions and expulsions. I mean, I can read the entire list. So, one of the things that is highlighted when we get extra money is to supplement, not supplant. So that's been another frustration for me, that I always see things listed under LCAP that we would have to provide otherwise if we didn't have LCAP for all of our students. That they're enhanced programs, I like to think so. But again, I think we need to look at that money specifically and do better. Could say more, but I'll go back to highlighting the.
We want to leave some time for
Okay, well, just
board member Mendoza too.
12% of our foster youth, 12% of our students are having positive results. I'll stop there.
Oh, okay.
Again,
Okay,
these are
great. Go ahead.
These are vulnerable. Like, $30 million, 12% of our students. Why don't we have a full-time person, a full-time support person to help these kids learn how to read and write and do math? We need to do better. Somebody once said and I get my quotes wrong, but the more helping kids is in all of our interests. when we improve the outcomes of all students, and in this district, we believe all students can learn, we need to really walk that talk. Not just for the sake of students, because that's what we're here to represent, but for the sake of all of us. When we have a society where students are educated and they achieve whatever level of success, be it college or career, I'm an advocate of college, but if students want to do career and do other things, they still need to be able to read and write. Those options need to be theirs, not ours. We can't continue to limit kids, especially in these vulnerable groups, by not giving them what they need.
Thank you. And I want to thank Dr. Rios for continually requesting this particular action item to be discussed, because it is what we're here about. It's what we're here about, the education of our kids. I would like to say that it looks like there was some issues in our LCAP previously, but with the preliminary results that are coming out, with Betty potentially doing better in math, which is exactly the area which we need to get better on. Artesia is doing a little bit better on ELA math, which is exactly the area which we had suffered some. So these are all positive things that I know that we can look at the successes, and they may not be great. I don't know what they are. Eventually we'll find out what those specific numbers are, but I know we'll look at how we were successful at those specific schools and then replicate them at other places, because those will be the metrics that we'll use for the other places. It's not always, it's about money. But I know Mississippi did really well in education. They went from really low to really high, and they didn't spend any more money on schools. It's how we spend the money at these specific schools. And yeah, we need to have the metrics to find out how we're going to be better. But thank you for everyone who's sitting here in this room that worked really hard to make this special LCAP session. Thank you for using the data to provide some successful outcomes. But of course, Dr. Rios is correct. We need more. We need better. And it's a failure on your part. It's just that it's the needs of our kids. That's all there is. So thank you very much.
Thank you, President Nishi. I had a couple parents just walk in. I just want to make sure they're recognized. Our DLAC parent, Dulce Medel, is here with us this evening, and our parent, Joy Williams from Whitman Elementary, is also here, and they're part of our LCAP pack as well. So thank you again to our parents who joined us this evening, gave up their time with their family to be with us, to represent us. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for coming, because it is important. You're here on your time for our students, and hopefully affect everything for the better. Your specific perspective is really important. So thank you for that extra time. Thank you. All right. Discussing closed session. This evening we'll be discussing the following items in closed session: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 3 matters, superintendent's evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. We'll be discussing conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. We'll be discussing some existing litigation, Special Education Settlement Agreement, OAH 2025-050681, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. Are there any public comments on the closed session items?
I see none.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to go to closed session?
But we need to know.
All in favor say aye. We are into closed session. back in open session. Can I have a motion?
Second, Tatiana.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Please silence your cell phones. If anybody's in need of translation services, we have such in the back. Raise your hand. So there's the person who does the translation. You know, that's a good. No habla inglés. No, go ahead. I'm not going to try that. I'm sorry.
Thank you, President Nishi. Si alguien necesita traducción, tenemos nuestros traductores atrás del cuarto. Si por favor pueden levantar la mano. Gracias.
That actually makes more sense that you would say it than me to say it. All right. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 3 matters, superintendent's evaluation, Government Code Section 54957. We had a conference with the labor negotiator, update with negotiations on ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. We discussed existing litigation in closed session. The board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $72,000, attorney's fees of $13,000, reimbursement for educational expenses of which includes reimbursement of educational expenses of $59,000 for OAH 2025050681 by a vote of 7-0. Tonight we have the privilege of having the Pledge of Allegiance led by the students of Palms Elementary. They are accompanied by their principal, Dr. Stephanie Smart, teachers Laura Arvizu, and Miss Diana Carrera.
Dear board members, good evening, President Nishi, Vice President Noyola, distinguished members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Zietlow. My name is Anthony. I am a 6th grader at Palms Accelerated Learning Academy and one of the members of Student Council. I am here tonight with my Student Council advisors, Mrs. Arvizu and Mrs. Carrera, and our principal, Dr. Smart.
Hello, my name is Elsie and I will lead you in the flag salute. Please remain standing for the Palms Pledge and the Peace Builders Pledge. Please stand and face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hi, my name is Hopes. Please join me for the Palms Pledge. Today has been given to me fresh and new. I can learn from it or throw it away. So choose to do best in thoughts, words, and actions. Today I will be a star. I will stop, think, act safely, respectfully, responsibly.
Now I will lead you in our Peace Builders Pledge. You can follow along with us. Hold up your peace sign. Ready, begin. I am a peace builder. I pledge to praise people, to give up but downs, to seek wise people, to notice and speak up about hurts I have caused, to right wrongs, to help others. I will build peace at home, at school, in my community each day. Oh. You may be seated now. We are excited to share some of the wonderful things happening at Palms Accelerated Learning Academy with you. Our students and staff are engaged in meaningful academic projects and community service activities that highlight both learning and leadership.
Hello, my name is Anne-Marie, and I am in 6th grade. Palms prides itself on having been the first elementary school to implement the AVID program school-wide. AVID has and continues to help Palm students build the skills, confidence, and habits they need to be successful in school and beyond. We continue to focus on organization, critical thinking, collaboration, and academic strategies that prepare students for college and career opportunities.
Hello, my name's Belen and I am in 5th grade. At our school, students are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month by engaging in meaningful projects that honor and recognize the contributions of Hispanic and Latino figures. This year, 5th grade is researching different influential individuals from artists and athletes to scientists and leaders, learning how their work has shaped history and culture. By highlighting Hispanic heritage, we are encouraging our students to value the stories and achievements that enrich our community and the world.
Teachers are also enthusiastic about working with students in small groups during ELA. These groups will allow personalized individual and stronger connections, helping students grow as readers and writers. Teachers can focus on specific skills such as reading comprehension, fluency, and writing strategies that match students' current needs.
Hello, my name is Felicity and I'm in 5th grade. One of our favorite events at Palms is our annual trunk or treat. Last year, more than 1,200 students and family members joined us for a night filled with costumes, candy, and creativity. We love seeing how our teachers and families decorate their trunks and how the whole community comes together to celebrate in such a fun and safe way. This year's trunk or treat will be held on Thursday, October 30th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. and we would love to invite the entire board to come join the fun. It's one of the best nights of the year at Palms.
Our student council is preparing to launch the annual pumpkin decorating contest for all grade levels. This favorite tradition fosters creativity, collaboration, and school spirit among our students. It is always fun to see the talent our students display with their decorating skills.
Student Council will again be leading Palms in participating in Project Shepherd and the Spark of Love toy drive by collecting food and new toys. These donations will be distributed to Lakewood families in need during the holiday season. At Palms, we believe it is important to give back to our community, and this is a great way to do so.
As you can see, there are many exciting things happening at Palms. Our students, staff, and community continue to come together to show why Palms Accelerated Learning Academy is such a wonderful place to learn and grow. Thank you.
Thank you. But don't leave. I have a feeling there's a famous board member that has a comment. Okay, here we go. Dr. Rios is first.
Hey, well, appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President. I love that last comment. Like, that was with such passion and enthusiasm. All of you did a great job, but what a great ending. Thank you to our Palm students for being here today. It's always a pleasure to visit your school. It's so vibrant. You celebrate the diversity of your school. You celebrate, especially the arts. I've always enjoyed visiting you when you're having events. I look forward to your trunk or treat, and we'll definitely see you there.
Thank you. Board Member McHatton.
Well, I love your enthusiasm. And can one of you tell me a little bit more about your AVID program? Is it started in kindergarten and all the way up, or what grade does it start with?
AVID begins at TK and goes on through 6th grade, and it shows the progress made from TK through 6th grade. Our students show the organizational skills, the collaboration, the critical thinking. So we're super excited, and we would love for you to come and visit Palms and see everything that our kids are doing.
Thank you.
I really love the AVID program, and I think every student really should go through the AVID program. So I'm glad to see that it's there all the way from the babies all the way up. But I do like your enthusiasm about your academic and your community projects. So I also look forward to going to your trunk and treat. on the 30th. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. So have you guys heard about stickers? Did you guys hear about the stickers? You haven't heard about the stickers? So there are stickers that you get when you come to present to the board. You can only get them here. And they say ABC School District Student Leader in 2025. So if you come back next year, you get a 20, you can collect, they're collectors. Okay? So I'm gonna give them to you, but I just ask, make sure that you can put them on something, that's appropriate, because I know sometimes we wanna put them like on books, and I don't think your teachers or your principal will appreciate that. But you're free to put them on anything else that they say is okay. Can you send someone over to pick them up? And as you're getting this, how many years have you guys have AVID? How many years has it been?
It's been about 10, 12
Wow.
years that we started. We started a long time ago. So like I said, we were the first elementary school, and a lot of schools have come on board, and it's really great to have that collaborative. We were just up here at district office just a couple of weeks ago under Dr. Ha, and the program just continues to grow. So we're really excited about it.
Wow, congratulations. And then I have a question for the students, and you don't have to answer now, because last time I asked, they couldn't come up with. So is there something you would like to see at your school? Something either that you want to fix, something that you would like to have? And I know the superintendent visits schools. So if you guys can come up with an answer, and then when she's there, you can give her the answer, something that you would like to see at your school. Okay? Or if you know something right now, you can let us know. But you have time to think about it. I think last time I put the school on the spot, and they were like, so you have some time to think, and I think Dr. Zito. Okay, there you go. Have that ready, okay? Thank you guys for coming to present to us. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Uh-oh. I think we're going to get something. Oh, my gosh. I get to say a couple words. What? Yeah, actually, can we get a picture with you? But I'm going to have a couple comments, too. Shall we get a picture? This is kind of cool. This is the Christmas colors. Shall we get a picture? Wait. Oh, there's still more. Should we do pictures? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, I'm going to make a couple of comments and questions really quick. It's kind of amazing, little kids talking about college and careers, and you think, oh, they're little kids, but it starts at that age. And it starts also, by the way, by showing up to school. So I went and visited school, and Dr. Smart was talking about attendance. So have you all been to school every single day? It starts with being there, because you can't learn unless you're there. So very good. I want to see, I saw a lot of people in the background over there. I know these are really smart kids, but I saw a lot of people like paparazzi back there. I think they probably drove them. Can the parents of these great kids please stand up? Wait, don't be shy. Okay. Thank you very much for bringing up the leaders of tomorrow. Very much appreciated. We can't do it without, it's part the teachers, part the staff, but it's also a big part of the parents that show up and help and make sure that the kids have a valued education. So with that, let's take some pictures and remember this experience. I like these colors. And bring our cups with us. Lots of the job is difficult, but this is the best part, right? Let's see, item next. Recognitions. We'll have a recognition for the teacher induction program. Dr. Frazier.
Good evening, Mr. President, distinguished members of the board, Dr. Zietlow, extended cabinet, and community members. Thank you for being here tonight. It's always my pleasure to recognize our programs that we have here, especially when we're talking about employee support. And really, that's what our induction program is all about. So first off, I'd like to introduce our new program head, who had some really big shoes to fill this year, but has been doing just an amazing job and really started off so great for all of our teachers and such a great support. And if you ever get a chance to go see his classroom, you'll see why he's probably one of the best people that could be in this role supporting teachers and the work they do. His instruction is impeccable and his work with kids is just amazing. So I'd like to introduce Brian Valdez as our program lead, and he'll be he will be introducing our inductees as well. And then I also want to take an opportunity. We know the difficult work it is to be inside the classroom. And so these mentors that we have to help support our new teachers that not only have their full case load that they have all day long in teaching and learning, but then also spend their time to help support and mentor our new teachers as well. And so we have some mentors, I believe, in the audience tonight. So if you guys can be stand and be recognized, I'd really appreciate that. And so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Brian to have the names. And President Nishi, if you could come down here and if you could help me pass out some of the certificates, that'd be great.
Thank you, appreciate it. Well, good evening, Board President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Gina Zietlow. My name is Brian Valdez, and I have the honor of serving as a kindergarten teacher at Elliott Elementary School, as well as ABCFT Executive Board, VP of Membership, and most recently, the new head of program for induction here in ABC. But before I begin, I want to take a moment to recognize and congratulate someone very special, Stacy Hamagiwa. Stacy served as the head of program for induction for many years and has now retired. Stacy truly left a legacy with induction, setting the bar high for both mentors and candidates. Her dedication and leadership shaped the program into what it is today, and we are so grateful for the foundation that she built. As a result, I want to sincerely thank Dr. Frazier for believing in me and trusting me with the responsibility of continuing this important work. My journey with induction began many years as a candidate myself here, and then I had the incredible opportunity to mentor for 4 consecutive years. And now I stand before you as the new head of program. This is a full circle experience for me. It reminds me of the impact induction has, not just on teachers, but on students and communities we serve. It is my heartfelt commitment to continue guiding induction along the right path while honoring the strong foundation and legacy already in place. Tonight, however, is not about me, it's about celebration. We are here to honor the incredible accomplishments of our induction candidates who completed their second year of the program this past May. Their dedication, perseverance, and passion for teaching inspire us all, even during these tough times. With that, I am excited to introduce 2 of our amazing candidates who will share their stories with us tonight. So please join me in welcoming Megan Ang, a TK teacher at Hawaiian Elementary, and TK, and Connor Crook. Connor Crook, a teacher and head football coach at Artesia High School. Megan. Megan and Connor, please make your way up here, please. The floor is now yours. We're going to start with Megan Ang first.
Good evening, Board President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Gina Zietlow. My name is Megan Ang. I am a transitional kindergarten teacher at Hawaiian Elementary School. This is my 4th year teaching at ABCUSD. I would like to briefly share with you my experience with the teacher induction program these past 2 years. This program has been an incredibly important part of my teaching journey. One of the most valuable aspects was the consistent, personalized support that I received from my mentor, Brian Valdez. We met weekly to check in. However, these meetings weren't just check-ins. They were a thoughtful and reflective conversations on my specific goals and challenges. Brian provided a safe space to think through different strategies, approaches, and provided insight to help me refine my classroom teaching practices. He also made me feel more confident in my classroom. One strategy that had a significant impact in the classroom was having a strategic classroom routine and a strategic classroom schedule. With my mentor's guidance, I was able to create a schedule that kept my transitional kindergarten students engaged and excited about the next parts of our day. This not only improved participation, but also provided a better flow within our classroom and routines. Over the past 2 years, I've grown in ways beyond what I've anticipated. I've developed a deeper understanding of effective teaching practices, gained confidence in delivering subject matter, and most importantly, I've become more reflective in my practices. Thanks to the support and the structure of the induction program, I've successfully completed the requirements to clear my credential. In conclusion, I would like to sincerely thank the ABC School Board for the opportunity to participate in this program. I also want to thank my mentor, Brian Valdez, whose warmth, wisdom, and encouragement supported me throughout this chapter of my teaching journey. And I've also like to thank my principal, Maria Perez Brenna, for her support and guidance. Lastly, thank you to those who helped coordinate and run the induction program, especially Stacy Himagawa, who used to be the former head of program for induction here at ABC. Induction allows for growth and perseverance for incoming teachers. Becoming a teacher can be overwhelming, but having a dedicated mentor and a structured path makes a big difference. It not only provides a space to discuss teaching practices, but it can also be where it's just-in-time mentoring, meaning it doesn't always have to be a work-related check-in, but also personal, asking about mental health and emotional well-being. I wholeheartedly believe that continuing to invest in this program is one of the best ways to ensure long-term success for our incoming teachers. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Board President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Zietlow. My name is Connor Crook, and I am in the AVID department at Artesia High School. This is my 4th year teaching here in ABC Unified. I'd like to thank Brian Valdez, my mentor, Robin Nelson, and everyone else involved for allowing me to share with you about my experience in the teacher induction program over the past 2 years. LACO's teacher induction program helps new teachers as they begin their careers within ABC Unified. There are many aspects of the program that assist candidates like myself grow and develop as a professional educator. Personally, one of the most impactful pieces of the program was the consistent support I received from my mentor, Robin Nelson. Robin and I would meet on a weekly basis. She provided meaningful feedback that helped me reflect on my lessons and refine my teaching practices. Robin brought tons of experience with her. She spent many years in the AVID department at Artesia, and her deep knowledge of AVID strategies was invaluable to me as a new teacher. I spent my time at Cal State Long Beach earning my credential in physical education, but when I began teaching at Artesia, I was placed into AVID classes, something that was new and unfamiliar to me. Stepping into that environment came with a different set of challenges than what I had learned during my student teaching at Tetzlaff Middle School. This is where my weekly meetings with Robin made a huge difference. With her many years of AVID experience, she guided me through strategies for organization, classroom management, and student engagement that were specific to that setting. Every week, Robin's feedback helped me grow more confident in front of my AVID students and create my teaching style in the classroom. Because of her support, I was able to not only adjust but truly develop as a teacher within the AVID department. Induction for me was not just work, but also meaningful on a personal level. It came just at the right time for mentoring and support. Robin provided a space where I could express myself and talk openly, which made a huge difference. The teacher induction program is invaluable for upcoming new teachers because it bridges the gap between the credential programs at universities and the realities of the classroom. There's a huge learning curve once you begin teaching, and this program provides the support and guidance beginning teachers need during their first years. Mentorship not only helps new teachers refine their practice, but also fosters confidence and resilience in the classroom. In closing, I want to take this opportunity to thank LACO's Teacher Induction Program for continuing to help first-year teachers reach their potential. I would also like to thank Robin one more time for helping me grow as a professional educator. This program has shaped me into a stronger teacher, and I am grateful for the investment that ABC Unified makes in its teachers and students. Thank you.
Any questions before we start handing these certificates out tonight from the board? Or do you want to do it after? I don't know.
Board member Dr. Rios.
Well, I have to. It's always really exciting to see such wonderful staff coming to Artesia, and it's even more wonderful to see the entire Artesia staff, including Principal Garcia and his staff, here to support. So, you know, I great things to come, I'm sure. But thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Board member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. You had me at TK. I was just like, oh, and kindergarten, because I teach first grade, but I'm a kindergarten teacher at heart. So I know the challenges of working with the little ones, and I know sometimes you need someone to just talk to, right? You know, just because they have a lot of energy, you know? But I'm glad that the mentors are there to support you. I want to say thank you for saying yes to this profession, because it's not an easy job, but it's a very grateful and rewarding, because you get to see, you know, beginning of the year, end of the year, right? What you produced, right? And thank you to all of the mentors for doing this, because I know we're teaching, and then you go above and beyond, and you're supporting our teachers. And I think we can show everybody in our community, this is how we do it. This is the ABC way, right? We support each other. So thank you so much. What school do you teach at? Because I want, both Hawaiian? Hawaiian? And oh, I'm going to come to Elliott.
No.
I'm going to come.
Yes,
I need to come, and to TK too. I love the little ones, but I know my dad is a retired high school teacher, and he taught in Santa Cruz High School. And we can't go anywhere there, because everywhere we go, my maiden name is Longoria. Everywhere we go, hey, Mr. Longoria, hey, Mr. Longoria. Like, you can see even years afterwards the work that you guys put in with our high school students. So thank you so much. And I think the loudest one was the principal back there, huh? That's support right there. That's support. So thank you so much. Congratulations again.
Board member Yu.
Thank you, President Nishi. Thank you for stepping up. I'm so glad that the induction program will continue on, because I know that every year with, Ms. Stacy, I'm just so impressed with the induction program, because the teachers, they really need mentoring, because being in the classroom, learning, and the reality is different. It's just a lot of emotional, social, and, the professional support. So thank you so much for stepping up, and we're here to support you.
Thank you. All right, so we will give the award. I'm not gonna. Here we have the former principal, administrators. We have teacher. You have us behind you. You don't need to hear more from me. So I will go up there.
Okay, sounds great. So we're going to give some certificates out tonight for our candidates for the completed year 2 of induction in May. And the first one is for Martha Aguilar. Come on up here, please. Awesome, no problem. Maybe we can form a line over here. We can take a picture, yes. Okay, Megan Eng. Connor Crook.
Can we say what school they're at?
Yay! Artesia. Okay, up next we have Georgetta Dorr. No problem. Willow. Okay, Melissa Guerrero. Are you here today? Maybe not here at the moment. Okay, and let's see over here. Gracie. Yay. How do you pronounce your last name? Santa Steven. Awesome. Here you go. Awesome. Okay. Anyone else I may have missed who is here tonight? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and take a picture if you want to come over and join. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
We cannot do it without the teachers, that's for sure. Spotlight on Teaching and Learning will now have a presentation on college and career programs by Dr. Carola Castro.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Nishi, distinguished members of the board and our community. This evening, I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Greg Francois, who is the Director of Secondary Curriculum and Professional Learning, along with our staff, our interim supervisor, Mr. Brian Glonchuk, he's the Supervisor of College and Career Programs, as well as Mr. Edwin Vasquez, our Coordinator for CTE programs. They'll be providing you an overview presentation about the various college and career programs available, many of which are supported by LCAP Goal 3. You should have received also our updated college and career handbook that gives you an enriched view of all the different pathways, dual enrollment classes that are offered at each of our high schools. This handbook is available in both English and Spanish, and it's also available on our website. Last but not least, earlier today we had an LCAP study session in which I mentioned the importance of communicating our work driven by improved outcomes for our students. And so we're proud to kind of premiere our LCAP ABC Stories, which is a cross-department collaboration between our IT department, our storytelling team internally, which includes Mr. Scott Smith, as well as Mr. Mike Lawrence, and our team members who were proud to create this production for you this evening. So without further ado, I think we could play the video first before the presentation begins.
Good evening, everyone. Myself and my team are very excited for the opportunity. And before we begin, I'd like to give an extra special thank you to Director Mike Lawrence and the IT team for help telling our story. So I really appreciate putting together our video, and we're happy that we're one of the first LCAP stories we're able to share. One of our district's most outstanding program that's highly enrolled in. So as you saw through the video, you saw direct alignment with our LCAP. But also, I'd like to go and highlight, we have a direct connection with each of the directions in our strategic plan. In particular, one I want to highlight is one in empowering students to be successful. So you're going to hear a lot about that for tonight. So tonight, you're going to get a chance to hear us, to see some data and a snapshot how we're preparing students for college, career, as well as life. You're going to see a snapshot on dual enrollment, our early college program, as well as career technical education.
Good evening, Board President Nishi and Vice President Noyola, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Zietlow. I'm Brian Glonchak, the Interim Supervisor of College and Career Programs, and it's my privilege this year to get to work with several of these programs. One of them primarily is dual enrollment. We're very proud of our ever-expanding dual enrollment offerings in ABC. From where it started with just a few courses at a couple of our high schools, as you saw in the video, it now is at all 5 of our high schools and 2 of our middle schools. For this year, we have in the fall right now, it will be over 700 students or 700 enrollments in Cerritos College dual enrollment courses, along with another 17 that are enrolled at Cal State Long Beach in a new program this year. So we're very excited at those offerings. To give you some idea of the scope of this, Cerritos College provided us this data for their last full year that they had data. You can see that they serve 8 local districts with their programs from Cerritos College, and ABCUSD is one of those 8, but you can see by the numbers here that we make up over a third of the students and over a third of the enrollments, even though we're one of only 8 of 8 districts. And beyond that, even more impressive is that the success rate of our students is well above the average for any of those districts. So they're very successful at almost 90% completing those courses successfully with an A or a B, and with that, resulting in a GPA of 3.52, a college GPA, not even just a high school GPA, a college GPA of 3.52. And so that's impressive success for young students that are truly demonstrating that they're ready for college if they can perform at a level like that. And our early college program is just one other facet of dual enrollment. This allows our students to complete not only just a couple of courses, but to complete a whole series of up to 11 college courses during their high school career in grades 9 through 12. And these 11 courses would fulfill their transfer requirements to be able to transfer all of those credits over to a 4-year university. And so we have them operating already at 3 of our high schools. We have a full 4-year cohort at Whitney High School that just graduated its first students. And as you can see on this slide, 20 students graduated from the early college program at Whitney last year, with 15 of them actually earning an AA. So going beyond even the 11 courses to have an AA by the time they graduated high school, a diploma and an AA, one for each hand, I guess, as they walk the stage that day. And we also have early college programs at Artesia with up through the junior class this year, at GAR with the sophomore class. We're excited to announce that we're exploring and meeting with the Cerritos High School team this month to look into an early college program for Cerritos High School. So very excited for what this offers our students, an amazing ability to advance themselves toward their future, starting right away in 9th grade. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague to talk about career tech education.
Good evening, Board President Nishi, Vice President Noyola, board members, and Dr. Zietlow. I am excited to talk about our CT pathways and the wonderful work we have been able to do through our LCAP initiatives. This is a quick snapshot of all of our pathways. On the screen, you'll see Artesia is our highest, is the high school with the highest amount of pathways. There are at 13. I'd also like to highlight that Artesia houses 3 fully dual enrollment CT pathways, followed by GAR High School at 12, and GAR just started a new CTE dual enrollment pathway. So these are pathways that are fully integrated with CTE classes from Cerritos College. So not only do our school sites get CTE completer status, but they also get college credit from the Cerritos College side. Through our most recent LCAP initiative, we were able to expand down into middle school. So I'm happy to say that now all middle schools offer at least one CTE course as an introductory course to our high school pathways. Introductory means that they are connected with the high school courses. So when we offer CT professional development or curriculum development, the high school teachers meet with the middle school teachers to help build the curriculum in middle school to better prepare those students. Some quick highlights are Carmenita and Ross added computer technology, and Haskell actually added a brand new industry sector in marketing, sales, and services, and they house our very first entrepreneurship pathway class. Here's a quick snapshot of our program enrollment. It shows you that we have 4,398 students currently enrolled in CTE courses, with our most popular pathway in arts, media, entertainment, followed by health science and medical technology. So most of our students, about 1,800, are all in arts media, and then after that, it's 1,349. As you can see, we are showing growth in other areas as well as we continue to push out our pathways and introduce these students, as well as provide early awareness and intervention to our elementary schools so that students can make more informed decisions as they transition on into middle and high school. These are some other great things that we have been doing to increase enrollment for unduplicated groups. We recently won a grant from the Golden State Pathways Grant that allowed us to bring in CTE counselors at the middle school level specifically. These counselors support all students and they help provide career development at an earlier age, as well as provide interest profiles, aptitude tests to kind of help guide these students as they're selecting other classes. In addition, for middle school, they need a lot of social emotional support, so I'm happy that our CTE counselors are able to support in that areas as well. We also launched specialized support counselors in the elementary school, similar to our middle schools, but it's a lot for more of our younger students. And they also provide individualized support for students in foster care, low income, or English learner groups. Lastly, last year we piloted the very first original credit CTE courses as well as physical education courses. And I'm happy to say that through our new career technical incentive grant, which we actually received preliminary allocation today, we received about $1,010,000, which was $22,000 more than we received last year. So that shows, the great work that we're doing here in CTE, and we will be able to continue to expand our summer opportunities for these students. So that is a great initiative, and that will be brought up to you in a future board briefing. But these are just some initiatives that we're working on and hope to continue to expand. I'll pass it on back to Dr. Frenzel.
Thank you. So as you can see, there is so much to be proud of, and the work continues, and we'd love to entertain any questions.
Board Member McHatton.
Well, I'd like to thank the three of you and Dr. Castro for your really hard work on this whole initiative. Just so much energy in your team. It's outstanding, and you're like pushing forward. There are a couple pages in this book that I really, really love. One is this one here that shows 100% of the kids in the CTE programs completing graduation and moving on. So I think in past years, sometimes we've pushed, everybody's going to college, and I think now we're really looking at that very logically and saying, you know what, let's give kids some surveys early, and let's see what kind of pathway they want to follow. Everybody can go to college, but not maybe everyone really wants to. So let's see what pathway we can get them into early. And so I'm glad that you're looking at the 6, 7, 8 configuration and thinking about testing those kids early or surveying those kids early and getting them started. And then the other page I really like is this one here. That's all the dual enrollment courses, just so many that you are offering in the school. So I just want to thank all of you for your all your hard work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Vice President Noyola.
Thank you guys. Thank you, President Nishi. Thank you for your presentation and everything what CT offers to our students. It's it's amazing what they can access now in high school and now middle school. They can now make their way to get an associate's degree now with college tuition rising, all those 2 years that you save, it's money in families' pockets, and it's such a great opportunity. I have a two-part question. The first part is, with the job market's always changing, and now with, estimates that the, labor force could be completely different. What are some of the, assessments or, reassessments or need assessments that we're conducting to, try to shift our CTA pathways to align with future jobs that may not even exist today?
So one of the things for our CT grants is we're required to look at labor market research information. That's actually a requirement for us to apply. So in my role, I specifically look at our Gateway City region to look at what emerging careers or opportunities there are. So we use the Center of Excellence. They are a labor research market here in LA, and they provide program recommendations for CT pathways. They do full labor regional reports that tell you if it's an emerging occupation, if it is a livable wage occupation, and if it's recommended by the state to offer. So that is just one metric that we look at besides student voice and choice, pathway interest. And then we also engage with the state with a lot of emerging topics. So we do have a CT teacher who was selected to be part of the Artificial Intelligence Committee for the state of California. And he's leading that work and leading I think probably the only one, AI pathway in California at Whitney High School. So we are already leaders in some areas, but there is still much to do. And
And just to piggyback on that, and also we have an annual advisory committee meeting. And so we have industry experts, and they also inform us from the ground up what are some key skills that the students need, as well as emerging careers. One of which our latest pathway is in aviation. And so that was one that we looked at last year and saw there's not just a huge need for aviation mechanics, but also a huge need for pilots. And so our aviation program that we have at GAR will provide both. And one quick thing just to back up and highlight, on May 13th, as my colleague was sharing about our early college graduate, we had students graduating with an AA degree before they really graduated from high school, which is very, very phenomenal. And so we thank you all for your support. Any other questions?
I think there's a lot more questions here.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. My second part would thank you so much for answering that. I'm so excited to hear that ABC is still on the forefront, especially when it comes to CTA. What are some? I know we talked about our college partners, our Cerritos College and Cal State Long Beach. Are there any other partners, like maybe in the private sector or sponsors that help our CTA programs flourish?
So one I'll get a chance to share. So we've been in talks with a private university called Pacific Oaks University, which is located in Pasadena, and they specialize in early childhood education. So as we look this year at expanding our education pathway, so we'd love the opportunity to eventually grow our own, have our own students that go on to education and bring them back. And so that's one partnership that we've been working on since the last spring. And so we're the part where we're reviewing draft MOU. So we have a meeting with them for tomorrow. So that's another partner that we have sitting at the table that provides some really unique opportunities for our students as well. And there was one partnership that the board had a chance to approve a few meetings ago at Grand Canyon University. And that's another partner that we're engaging in with this work as well.
Thank you. Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I really want to acknowledge your work. I know that often I'm critical of people. We have our cabinet members do a lot of the presenting, so it's nice to get to see who also runs a lot of the programming and does a lot of the work. I also want to take a minute to acknowledge, we've been talking a lot about success, and it's really nice to see a model of success within our CTE program, right? I love that 100% of our students graduate. That's probably because they're high interest. When I've talked to my kids throughout the years about their favorite classes, usually it's those extracurricular activity kind of classes. So good job on all our schools. Good job on you on providing programs that do that for our students, that provide that high interest and get them to come to school every day and graduate. I also appreciate the fact that these programs are always growing, right? We're always looking to see what else kids want and want to attend classes for in their schools. I'm excited with the 20 students that graduated with an AA. I, again, will be eagerly hoping that, that's true for all of our schools, as that is a huge advantage. So thank you again.
Thank you. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, Board President Nishi. Thank you very much. This is something that I've been advocating because I know the public, the residents, grandparents, parents, they're very, very focused on this because they want their kids to get into career, So when you shared about what is that called, the labor market? Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, so that's wonderful data. I hope that our community gets to hear some of that too, because parents are always wondering. They're thirsty. They're starving. Which direction should we, navigate our children, right? With all these CTE pathways, do you have a system where you expose the kids, the students who graduate with certain pathway, get connected with career in the real market?
Yes, so a lot of our teachers, they come from industry. So we have a lot of business partners that actually come and engage with our students. We usually have guest speakers from local communities. We also invite local business partners to be a part of our advisory committee that Dr. Francois shared about earlier. So we usually have industry partners that collaborate with our teachers. And then most of our teachers are also Cerritos College professors. So they also have access to the resources that are provided through Cerritos College. So that's how we get access to the career and the job market. And then Dr. Francois will share about a new initiative with a labor union.
And so another partner that we're at the forefront of exploring. So 2 weeks ago, I took a meeting with the director of the Cerritos Auto Square looking to partner with our students. And so we asked about not just guest speakers, field trips, but also internships. What type of opportunities that we can have hands-on for our students to get them launched into careers. And so that's another one. So good news is coming with that. So that's a new partnership that we're on the front foot of establishing as well. And also we can spend a few minutes talking about the certifications, partnerships. So maybe I'm going to bring Edwin back up to talk about our automotive summer program, automotive welding, and the certifications that it does, preparing the students to go on and jump into the workforce.
I forget. There's so many things. So we do have a partnership with Harbor Freight for Schools. They offer a summer externship every summer for our welding and auto students. Through this partnership, Harbor Freight provides industry recognized certifications. So last summer, we actually had a student at Artesia High School earn 7 automotive service excellent certifications. These are not easy certifications. These are certifications that technicians at the dealerships can't pass or don't currently hold. And we have a student, a junior, I believe, who has 7 at Artesia. In addition, we also have our welding students who get certified through the American Welding Society. That is a really prestigious stamp to have on your certification. That basically means you can work anywhere in the welding field, and it's recognized all throughout the United States. So there are students who actually earn these certificates at Artesia through the summer program. In addition, we also have a really robust partnership with CVS Pharmacy for our pharmacy technician students. Here in ABC, we actually graduate California registered pharmacy technicians. So they actually have the opportunity to sit and test with the exam with us and leave as registered pharmacy techs.
So the students are able to get jobs off high school right away? Immediately. Wow. Another question I have is, I noticed that Whitney is the only school that has the artificial intelligence program, the pathway. Are we planning to have that program in the other 3 high schools?
I would like to say yes. I think the biggest thing for CTE is really understanding how our CT credentials work. In order for you to earn a CT credential, you have to have industry experience. You have to be really involved in that industry. Artificial intelligence is new, so we don't have many experts yet. That's an emerging field we're lucky to have Mr. Matt Johnson at Whitney High School, who has been doing chatbots, artificial intelligence, has been leading work on his own through the private sector. So we do have a unicorn in our staff, but as he's engaging with other leaders in the California AI advisory, we are highlighting the Whitney program and doing our best to expand that to other sites.
The reason why I bring that up is there's a real push to bring back jobs to America. So all these big tech companies are investing $200 billion, NVIDIA, $200 billion by AMD. I mean, you know, don't quote me, but like Apple, it's all coming back. And our hope is that our ABC students will catch those jobs. So that's why I'm asking. So I really hope that we are behind you. So hope that we can see that in other 3 high schools as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Clerk Bowie.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all for your presentation. You shared so much about the program, and obviously it's very successful. My experience in speaking with students who have completed the program or are close to completion is sometimes what they thought they would enjoy in the program isn't what they expected. And so maybe they're going to consider other options when they proceed to college. So while I congratulate our students who've kind of found their path early on, middle school, high school, I also want us, you know, as a district to help and guide students who maybe didn't have like that, whoa, this is what I want to do, and allow them some grace and encourage them to continue to proceed or find new paths. So I think that's something excellent about this program is, you know, you're not wasting 4 years of college, and then you're like, wait, I don't want to do this. If anything, you've got some good grades, got a good education in high school, and then you're moving on and you're finding other things. Would you agree, Dr. Francois?
Absolutely. What a way to save time, and what a way to also save money. And so it's a real gift to be able to offer these types of programs, and for students to discover what they're passionate about and also what they're not passionate about. So students that are entering patient care realize, you know what, I really don't want to work with blood. It's good they're finding that out now, you know, than spending a lot of time investing, you know, years and money into college as well. So absolutely. One thing I'll highlight, our pathways are 2 courses, so 2 years. So it frees students up to take this pathway and also to try another pathway by the time that they're in high school, which is really great. And also tapping into the summer provides another opportunity for students to explore, experiment with things that they might have an interest in.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say thank you. I think this is great to have as a resource to pass out to our students and our families. It has a lot of information in there. I love the video. Whoever made the video, thank you so much. Are we going to share that video like everywhere? Is it on our website? Is it on social media? That video needs to go everywhere, because I think as a district, the work that you guys have been doing, building partnerships, we are literally changing the lives of our students. Like, they can leave our district and start working. They can save money, like you said, when they do decide to go to college and they don't have to take certain classes. So I think what you guys are doing is an amazing program that you guys have put together. So thank you to the staff, to the superintendent. I've been learning a lot about CTE. There's things that I didn't know, and you guys are just so knowledgeable. Like, you can answer the question off the bat. Like, you have that knowledge ingrained in you. I have one question. If I know, I kind of know the answer, but I want you to share with the community. If I'm a parent looking at this and my child is going to Tracy High School, what is there for my child at Tracy?
Sure, we do have dual enrollment at Tracy High School. There actually is a new course being offered this year. It's called BCOT, which is Business Communications and Office Technology. And it's sort of a new direction because it's going to offer our students at Tracy High School just a broad set of skills that are applicable in so many career fields, to have business level communication, technology skills, those kinds of things. So it will get them the college credit, but also with an eye toward the workforce and making them more employable and ready to go there. And there are That's the first course, and we're looking at potentially a sequence of courses to follow with that as well. So we definitely want those Tracy students to be advancing toward their college and career paths as well. And so we're looking for the right fit for them that is an area of interest and fits in with the labor market. And so those things all sort of come together in the choices that we make, and we're excited to offer something new this year.
Yes.
Two things I would like to go in and share. So one, we do have a partnership with Cal Apps. And so that's an organization through Bellflower Unified that we do have students from Tracy, from other high schools that are able to take CT courses after school. And we provide transportation for those students who need. So that's one avenue that they can pursue. Just this past week, I had an opportunity to have a meeting with Board Member Mendoza, as well as our Superintendent, Dr. Zitlo, with one of our trade unions. And so this is a very unique partnership, one of the things that we're exploring, and we've already identified some ways that we could link them to existing pathways and it's looking to explore other opportunities. So that's a next step for us, is exploring our trade unions for opportunities. One program in particular that they highlighted was they have a program that after 4 weeks, students can begin going into the workforce. And so how awesome is that, having another tool to sit with students in the spring who don't have a designated landing spot after high school? That's something else that we can put in front of them, that this is something you can start Monday after graduation to start your life. So we're really excited about the possibilities for CTE, and a next step for us is leaning into the options that we have with our local trade unions.
Yes, thank you. That was the carpenters, and it was an amazing meeting because it doesn't cost us very much. That's what I like. I like this page that shows us how many students. Here's my next question. How do we get more students to take more pathways? Because I love that we have 4,300. They're all graduating, but obviously we want to get more because we know that these pathways are changing lives. So do we have a plan in the coming year? I know we're working with the carpenters, but do we have something to reach out? Like, I know we're working with our middle schools to make sure they get into the pathways. And I heard our board members saying that, maybe they started and they didn't want to. And so if we can, kind of advertise it as like, it's a pathway, you're trying to find what suits best for you. And I do like we're included in our middle school, and I think we talked about going down to the elementary school so they can start going. So do we have a plan in place to continue to grow?
So we do have a plan in place. One of our initiatives with academic services is to bring CTE down to at least 5th grade, if not lower. That is the initiative we have for this year. So our goal is to make sure students are aware of what pathways they have. We would also like to take our younger students to the middle schools, the middle school students to the high schools. Another wonderful thing that we have in CTE are some very nice labs that we have and are continuing to grow and change in our district. So it's really nice to be able to take the students and have them be in front of there. In addition, the new CTE middle school counselors, part of their role is to actually go down into 6th grade, soon to be 5th grade, in order to really engage those students before they get to the next level. So kind of what we do with the high school students when the 8th graders go to the high school, we'll do something similar with the 5th grade students before they transition to their middle school. So that way they know. And the plus side is they're meeting with the middle school counselor, so they'll see a familiar face. They will recognize someone on that campus, and they should ideally choose something they're interested in. I'll let Dr.
And one other piece to piggyback on that. So I believe it was last week where I had a chance to see Vice President Noyola at a local career day at Hawaiian Elementary. And the unique thing about this, we took CT teachers down there to serve as guest speakers for the students. And it wasn't just talking about careers, they all had a hands-on activity, for the elementary kids to get them excited, seeing what's in store for them as they get to middle and high school. So absolutely, so that's been our charge from Dr. Castro, is working to provide these opportunities and experiences down to as young as possible. So we're excited for this opportunity.
Thank you. One last question. Are we the district with the most pathways? Might be. Can we just say it? Can we just say
Actually, I would say Cal Apps, but they're not a good.
So we are, so we,
They're a co-op, yeah. So I would say in our local region, we're up there. I would say Downey, close competitor, but I think we would.
so I think that's something that we can market. I think that's, we just passed, an agenda item for our firm to help us with marketing. I think that's going to be a big pull to get, people to come to our school district. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right. I think you had, we could have had a special study session on this because this was the longest item I think we've had. You had, if you ever watched the Voice, how they turn around, we had all 7 of us make comments. So that was really great. I agree with Board Member Yu that AI is something that in the next 5 years is supposedly going to take over this world. So that's where we're going to have to, even though there's nobody out there, we probably need to push because that's where the jobs are going to be. And I'm kind of cool that we have aviation. You don't actually teach them how to fly an airplane though, right? We have a little Cessna 172 because I would have taken lessons. It would have been a lot cheaper. Your daughter wants to take lessons? Yeah.
So one of the things, and I'll have my colleague to come up and share as well. So we tentatively have a name for the program, and we're tentatively looking at calling it the ACE, the Aviation Career Education Program. So the ACE program being our aviation program. So the way that it works, so we'll have FAA approved flight simulators inside the class. And so with that allows us to count their hours, their flight hours that way. So that's one way that we'll look for them to obtain their hours needed for the license.
And our aviation program is unique in the sense that we are blending it with maintenance. So our program actually starts with fundamentals of aircraft and auto systems to allow the students to select whether they want to go into the commercial pilot for aviation or whether they want to do transportation maintenance. And that will include automobiles as well as airplanes.
Those airplane mechanics make a lot of money.
Yes.
I know my cousin's one of those. That's a great field.
In our region, OCC is the only community college that offers that program. So it is a very huge gap with having LAX, Long Beach Airport, as well as the Santa Ana Airport in our local area.
Well, thank you for your great reports. Like I said, we're all fascinated, and keep the reports coming along. Like I said, this is really important. Having these high-paying jobs just out of high school and continuing on into college with these specialized skills, very important. So thank you very much. All right. Actually, we have a couple more programs here, so I'll call on Dr. Carol Castro again for student wellness.
Thank you once again, President Ishii. You just heard about Goal 3 from our LCAP, and you can see already how some of our services through the LCAP can really be life-changing. Now, another component of our LCAP is student connectedness, making sure students have the right conditions for learning. And so we are happy again to premiere our second video for the evening. This is our video for student connectedness focused on anti-bullying and some of our cybersecurity aspects as well. We're waiting patiently while the screen comes down. Following this, we'll have a presentation by our director, Dr. Myra Lozano, who's in charge of school services and student wellness, and she'll give also a brief presentation about some of the other areas connected to student wellness and connectedness.
And although it's a very important issue, we could keep it a little bit brief. We are running a
Good evening. I will keep it brief. I am here to share the work that is happening with the people that are serving our students. Our approach is a whole child approach, and as we know, it impacts student achievement. I want to make sure that we see how the strategic direction number 2, which is empower students to be successful, then is tied to our LCAP goal number 2, which is about connectedness, well-being, and safety. We're encouraging, and what our goal is through positive and inclusive learning environments that are consistent and are proactively implementing systemic tier supports. There are several actions within goal number 2 that we support. Action 2.10 is the one that is about foster and homeless youth resources. What I have for you today is just brief data up to now of the number of students that we are servicing at the moment. I want to remind you that at the beginning of the school year and throughout the year, at least 3 times a year, we continue to check for eligibility. And so at this time, we have foster students, a total of 78, as you can see in our early childhood programs, elementary, middle, and high school. And one of the big pieces that we do are mental health professionals are the liaisons at the site, and they are connecting our students to make sure that our counselors know who they are, that we are providing them all the opportunities so that they take advantage of the CTE programs that we have. And they take advantage of all the programs that we have because we want to make sure that they are having access. This is the information for our homeless students. At this moment, we have identified 157 students. And again, we continue with the eligibility verification and the needs assessment. To an early childhood, 101 in elementary, 29 in middle school, and 25 in high school. Under LCAP goal number 2, of course, then we have our mental health professionals. And tonight I'm featuring 4 of our wonderful mental health professionals, Ms. Pereira from Bragg, Ms. Jimenez from Melbourne, and our MHPs from Cerritos High School, Ms. Garcia and Ms. Magdaleno. And I just want to give you just a quick example of what they do. This is not everyone, but this is very consistent throughout. So 2.1, it's mental health and well-being support. And what our mental health professionals do is they do push in SEL support for our students. An example here is, for instance, strategies for managing stress and anxiety that our students are learning. The one that you see, Bend the Bear pencil, it's an elementary example where they did a push-in, and then the students who are learning very early on those social emotional learning skills that we all need to be successful in the workplace. And they're actually saying, right, they are going to do, he's going to be Bend the Bear pencil, but he's going to comfort everyone with hugs. So I think that's, very elementary. But then you also see, for instance, that we have past lessons, meet your MHP, growth mindset, bullying Kahoot, tackling versus reporting. So many different lessons that our MHPs provide to make sure that our students know, what to do. Again, mental health professional well-being and support, they definitely provide that positive school climate. We have lunch bunches, for example, and it's not just the lunch bunch, but as you can see, there are lessons that are implemented throughout. Very proud of Cerritos High School that opened up the Student Resource Center with our MHPs, and they're doing a great job creating opportunities for students to have a space where they can feel comfortable and then they get to know each other. All of these strategies are universal support, so tier 1. Again, our mental health professionals also provide workshops. So this is just a sample of some of the activities that happen with our parents. Under 2.4, we have the behavior support and professional learning for our staff. And so this is just an example of one that we're providing this school year, and it's going to continue throughout the year. Do this, not that. This is in collaboration with the Diagnostic Center and our CELPA, and we're giving you here some of the examples of what our educators will learn. We know that in the survey they're asking for support for behavior strategies, and so this is intended to provide them with those skills and give them more tools for their toolbox. One that is being provided by our Anna Chipman, who is our behavior specialist, is also about strategies addressing complex behavior. And so we have a plan too to take all of our teachers through this training throughout the school year. So we provide them with resources as well. And so they're participating in that throughout the school year. Soon to come, we're going to continue with our PBIS refresher training, especially for secondary. Our elementary schools have been actually in their community of practice already working, so we're just continuing to work on the work. But then we're also linking the restorative practices training along with PBIS. And as you can see, we continue the alignment of those frameworks. And I hope that was brief.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have any board comments? Board member Dr. Rios.
I will jump right in. Very nice to see. Thank you for the presentation. I have, well, PBIS first, just to say a couple of things about it. I know it's an excellent program and it works really well when implemented correctly. Usually people don't understand PBIS, don't understand how it's a tiered system and how you have to provide interventions at each tier before we, say we have a problem. So I'm glad to see that. What did you call it? We've used the word reset before. Here we're saying refresher. Good, I like it. I'd like to see, ABC apply for certification.
Yes.
That kind of lets us know where we're at and what work needs to be done. In an effort to be brief, I just have a question. Like, you're our front person when talking to teachers, seeing a lot of this. What can we as a board do to support the issues that are happening in our school? We know that behavior, post-pandemic has been one of the toughest things that teachers report dealing with. They're looking for support. Usually when we ask teachers, what's your priority for staff development? Behavior is usually up there.
Yeah.
How can we support?
I think continuing to support, like right now, we do have a system for referral. We have a system for teachers to request that support. I think bringing in the appropriate support is important. We are training as quickly as we can. We are bringing in additional support to the classroom when it's needed. But I'm going to be honest, I think what the teachers have been telling us through the training that we have had so far is that they appreciate having the time to collaborate with others and have the opportunity to understand how behavior really works. So one of the things that they've shared with us is that in their training, behavior is not addressed in detail. And so they are, of course, very concerned about student outcomes, but if behavior is getting on the way for some of our students, that's why it's also that tier support, they're doing many of them already, the universal supports, and those are there. But this is for those students that need that added support. I'll be happy to share in Thursday notes some of the data that we've collected regarding also the increase in behavior that we are seeing, even just compare from last year to this year. So I do say having an honest conversation about what are the supports that really help our teachers, because they're trying really hard. And I've been meeting with them and making sure that they do feel supported. So right now, the way we're supporting sometimes too is if we need to send some extra support, but we can just send extra support without proper training. And so that part is really important, that we have enough staff that can train everyone that is supporting at the school level.
Thank you. And just one final note on restorative practices. I have K-12 experience. I've worked at the elementary, I've worked at the middle and high school. Restorative practices is especially important and goes a long way in helping students resolve conflict. When we talk about preparing kids for the future and to be functioning adults, resolving conflict is at the top of the list. So I really would like us to see to scale up the restorative practices training. Everyone should be trained, and that should be put in place as a tier 1, tier 2 intervention when there is conflict.
Definitely. And I'm happy to share also a plan that I put forward for this year to really bring in the restorative practice into our district.
Thank you. Board Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Ishii. I just want to start by thanking Mr. Lawrence and putting together that video. and his team. That was a great video on what parents and students should do when they are, dealing with bullying. That's such an important thing that parents, ask about every day. How can they deal with bullying? So thank you for that. Dr. Lozano, you are a role model of what being, being a leader when it comes to the whole child approach. Your enthusiasm, it's such a great energy to have. So I want to thank you for your presentation, but also for the great work you do. I know you do a lot. Some of the questions I had is I'm glad to see that we're working with a board certified behavior analyst to create those intervention systems. And I know we do a lot of work with our MHPs, but what are some of the things that we can work, because a lot of the issues that we can't handle in the schools that are systemic, are based in the community. What are some of the services or community resources that ABC is partnering that our parents can tap into?
So definitely, and I think this is where we go back to, just like we assess when our students need interventions in academic, we need to assess what are the interventions that they may need. So definitely we continue to have Care Solace, and we have other agency referrals that we utilize. Reality is sometimes the level of support that we can provide is, especially with our MHPs, relates to the learning environment and how they can learn skills to learn better, right? But if there are additional mental health issues, other trauma that unfortunately the family may have experienced, then we reach out to those partners that we have and refer them. And I think it's always about making sure that our families know that we're a team and we're trying to just provide as many resources as possible. So definitely Care Solace. We also have data on that to let you know how many families we've referred, and then our outside agency referral process as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question, because I know we're running short on time. I know we shared about parent workshops, and it says Aries attendance support, signing up for morning and after school program. Do we do parent workshops for behavioral support?
So it's a variety. And for instance, and this was an example of the beginning of the school year, because it is also very targeted to what the community needs. Because what we want to have in our schools is engagement from our families, making them feel welcome. So definitely, yes, we will be also offering some of the behavior strategies for our families, as well as anything else that they may request. Usually the way it works with our schools is that they do ask the parents, what are the topics that you're interested in? And then of course our MHPs work together to actually create the slides. And then that way we multiply the effort and it can be used in different schools, but we're sharing the same information.
Yes, I think definitely we need to include parents because
definitely.
Sometimes children come in at the beginning of the day, events happen, and we need to make sure that they're doing the same things we're doing at school, so it's consistent and the kids know that what I do at home is the same thing as
team effort.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I forgot what the last one was going to be. I was just listening to you. I'm like, okay, this is great. Oh, I know what it was. So our students who need a little bit more support with behavior,
yes,
are they automatically referred to SSPTs?
SSTs?
Yeah, sorry,
yes.
we call them SSPTs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. So we have a referral process, right? And within the referral process, the first thing we ask is that the staff needed to have collaborated, sit down for a meeting, review all of the existing data to really say, what have we put in place as the tier one? Then what are the things that are working, not working? They invite our behavior specialist as well to be part of those meetings for ideas. But when we see a need, because sometimes some of these cases, we see the need right away. And so we immediately go through finding out what are the things that we can do. And for some of the things, because we are going to be collecting data specifically to students, we actually request parent consent for us to have our BCBA actually collecting that data. And then from there, we actually create a behavior management plan to support our students. And we model for the teacher and the support staff how to implement that behavior plan. So it's not just, here's the plan, figure it out. It's actually supporting the teachers, because and I have to tell you, kudos to the teachers. They want that help. They love our kids and they want them to be successful, so they participate in the process, and they see that after some time they do see the improvement. So I think that's the key, that it is a team effort.
Yes, I think it is. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Of course.
I'll ask questions later on privately.
Okay, sure.
All right. I need a motion to approve the agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
I need a motion to approve the minutes of the September 16th meeting, 2025.
Tatiana moves.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes 7-0. The student board representatives will now hear from the student board representative, Amy Seth from the ABC Adult School.
Good evening, Board President Nishi, Board Vice President Noyola, Clerk of Board Yokoyama Bui, and members, Dr. Rios, Mrs. McCatton, Mrs. Mendoza, and Mrs. Yu, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, and members of the Cabinet. My name is Amy Seth. ABC Adult School started the school year advertising for the school year on the Long Beach Transit and on billboards throughout the area. Through November, bus ads are running in Orange County Transit. In addition, advertisements on Spectrum TV will run through March. Currently, there are 2 ads focusing on CTE and GED in both English and Spanish. A 3rd ad for ESL is in the works and will be in English, Spanish, Korean, and Mandarin. We continue to work with web video design to create videos for YouTube and social media. August 25th to 28th, ABC Adult School hosted a successful COE, Council of Occupational Education, and WASC reaffirmation dual accreditation visit. We are currently responding to 8 findings of noncompliance. The response to findings report requires us to fix all areas of noncompliance within 30 days. Enrollment in CTE classes is strong with all 9 programs. The CTE support staff is working to develop effective systems to ensure that the yearly completion, placement, and licensure data for all 9 programs is more efficient and completed in real time. The CTE support staff is also implementing exit surveys for all CT completer students and a mid-year student survey. The data and feedback from surveys will be analyzed to ensure that the CTE programs are effective and meet the needs and expectations of students. The CTE support team is working to strengthen the enrollment process, improve student orientation, and ensure that all students are successful in their chosen programs. The ONET Interest Profiler assessment is being used for prospective students who are unsure about which CTE program they want to enroll in to ensure their program choice aligns with their interests, background, and skills. The U.S. Department of Labor sponsors this assessment. It has been a busy start of the year for ESL. Our teachers and students have been working on an EL Civics unit on health emergencies where students have been learning skills for work and life. On Tuesday, September 23rd, the ESL department at the Cabrillo Lane campus hosted the International Parade and showcased displays of our students' culture and countries. The month of September also marked the start of Hispanic Heritage Month, where our school is celebrating by highlighting our 4 Hispanic heritage heroes: Cesar Chavez, Sonia Sotomayor, Jamie Escalante, and Francisco Rubio. Students who worked on developing their digital literacy skills with a QR code and Google Form activity and also celebrated Hispanic heritage. Additionally, health and fitness teacher J.R. Mendival visited ESL classes to promote student transitions to other classes and programs. ESL numbers have been slowly growing. The night program has smaller numbers than last year, and we see a dip in attendance after local immigration activity. We reached out to students who are not attending to see if they would attend an online class, and the overwhelming response was a no. The academics department is off to a great start again this year. We already have over 150 students enrolled in the diploma program and over 180 enrolled in the high school equivalency program. In addition, we are offering a brand new adult basic education program, which is already helping 11 students fill in the gaps in their education to prepare them for success in the ABCUSD or HSE program. We also have 6 audit students, and our Wednesday evening lab class meets the needs of our students whose schedules don't allow them to come to school during the day. The class of 2026 is already blooming, with 5 high school diploma grads and 17 high school equivalency grads. That's great. Cabrillo Lane hosted its open house, craft, and fitness fair on September 23rd. Many of our community education students hosted tables and sold their crafts, many made in our classes. The Bridges and Adult Transition Program also joined in and sold crafts and snacks. The course offerings have expanded at the Hawaiian Garden Senior Center. A new pickleball class taught by Todd Taban meets 2 days a week. The response to the class was so great that we are attending a second pickleball class during October 14th. Students who have never played before have found community and have even started organizing meetups outside of class. A series of community education workshops started this year, including several sewing workshops and, shamelessly plug in, Zentangle Doodle Art, which I am teaching. It has been a long time since so many new community education classes have been offered. In the Adults with Disabilities program, we continue to make positive impacts at the facilities we hold classes at. These 3 students have found jobs, 2 students are taking college courses, and 2 others have crossed over and taken a computer class at the adult school. ABC Adult School's parent education classes are having a great fall semester with 14 classes for parents and their children. In addition to our traditional preschool program, we have also included Preppy K, which my daughter and I attend, sensory exploration, art, cooking, and science classes. We have a very vibrant evening class for working parents. Our Adventures in Homeschool class gives parents and elementary children an opportunity to learn how to make homeschooling innovative and meaningful while connecting with other families. So far this semester, we have had field trips to local parks and splash pools, as well as a bike parade, which my daughter really loved. These outings give parents and children the chance to play, but also make friendships and learn about community resources. In October, we will be visiting the pumpkin patch at Tanaka Farms and the Long Beach Airport. Learning is multifaceted in our program, combining academic and social emotional skills and involving parents every step of the way. Thank you.
Thank you for your endurance. Do we have any questions? Just what is Zentangle?
I can show you. You want me to show you my book real quick? Just take 1 second.
Sure. Oh, is it here? Do we have it here? Okay. Oh, never mind.
I carry it with me. Carry it everywhere I go. Listen, any parents want to sign up for this class? ABC Adult School.
A little bit of advertising.
I can teach you this.
A little late night, but yeah.
We have a lot of great classes at ABC Adult School. Not just Zentangle art, but this is what it is.
I see. That's very nice.
It's all hand drawn, and you just go with the flow with the Zen.
Zen. That's the word, Zen, right? That's what it means, Zentangle. Yeah. Tangled and Zen. All right. I was just, and it's kind of cool that you can do all these experiences with your daughter. It's like education's a family experience. So
absolutely, it's lifelong learning.
It's lifelong learning. Children, parents, grandparents, all together.
Absolutely. We see grandparents in the parent ed classes too. Cool. It's a great, great program.
I have a couple board comments. I spoke a little too soon. Board Member Mendoza, followed by Sue Yu and Clerk Bowie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Amy. I really enjoyed your enthusiasm. I love hearing about all the stuff that's going over at ABC Adult School. I mean, you went through marketing, you went through the classes, you went how students have to go through the ONET interest profile assessment. That's the first time I've ever heard that. So I'm glad to see that like we have lots of resources, not just for our students in K-12, but for our adults. I think we're doing awesome in our ABC Adult School. I love hearing that you're also working with Hawaiian Gardens, and that you have, like Mr. President said, that it's our kids too, our little ones, right? It's the children of our adults that are going there. And I like that you're really honest and that you shared that immigration activity is affecting the ability for our adult students to go to school, and even offering them online, it affects them too. I'm hoping that we don't give up, that we still continue to reach out to them and offer them a way to continue their education, because just like I mentioned, we're changing our students' lives by CTA pathways. Adult school is changing the lives of our adult community members. So thank you so much. I love your enthusiasm. I love to hear your report, so I look forward to the next one. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. It is a privilege to be a part of ABC Adult School.
Board Member Yu.
Thank you,
followed by
President Nishi.
Bui.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Amy, for your wonderful presentation and your enthusiasm. And I know that when I visited ABC Adult School, the class that was filled with adults working towards diploma, and I'm sure that many of them were working people, working adults trying to get the high school diploma, and the class was filled. It was packed, and it was pretty impressive. You see their eyes lit up. They were enthusiastic to get that diploma and move on to the next stage in life. And that's just a wonderful opportunity that ABC provides in the adult school, not only for adults who are retired, because I mean, you retire at 65, you're still young. And there's so many skills that you can learn from it, ABC Adult School. And also, ABC Adult School offers some of the career paths for some of those, younger students. So thank you for the introduction and presentation, and just also for the PR, the promotion. The rest of the district will have to follow through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's Ami?
Yes.
Ami, thank you so much for your presentation. I could not stop listening because everything you brought up, you just have this great smile on your face, and I could sense how fun it is over there. I do also want to thank the adult school for always inviting the board. We get personalized invitations, we get emails, so thank you so much. When schedule allows, I always love to attend your events. And I do want to highlight the Adults with Disabilities program and the opportunities we're finding for our students, jobs, college courses, classes even at the adult school. It's giving them purpose, it's giving them meaning to life. So thank you so much for the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we get too far, I want to recognize a UC Davis dad in the back there. It's the mayor of Cerritos, Frank Yokoyama. Thank you for participating in being part of our amazing school district. All right, that's my report. Okay, I'll be quick because it's almost 9 o'clock and I think we're going to be here till 12. Bicycles, please wear your helmets. It's important for little kids. Traffic safety, there is never anything we do not have to get there really quickly because we have had situations where kids and people have been hurt because people are rushing and rushing and rushing. And I'm sorry, it's never going to be that important to get there that fast. Lives are at stake. Please be careful. Our own personal situation is important, but got to think about other people. Also wanted to talk about an issue that came up. There was an incident at an elementary school, and many parents were upset. And as a parent, I understand that fear. When something happens, you fear the worst, and I can tell you there's nothing that's scarier than a situation that involves your child, your school, your community. Our children are very precious. My daughter was super precious. So just to let you know, we're not sweeping it under the rug. Staff is taking measures to understand the facts from all parties and all parents. Professionals and experts are going to be part of the resolution. Make sure that ABC is as safe as it can be for your child, all of our children. We will continue to take measures. You may not see all the measures that we take. You may not understand all the measures that we take, but please know that we're doing the best that we can to enhance the safety of all of our children for all incidents, including fire, including earthquake, including the unfortunate and crazy situations that happen with active shooters. So please understand that we are doing what we can, and we are disclosing what we can, and we will let you know as much as we're allowed to know as soon as we know the details. I had a light month last month, a really quick report. I did the Kaiser immunization, so please, kids, get your immunization so you can, it's all voluntary, but if you're not in school, you can't learn. And so we need parents to have their kids safe. Went to the Cerritos pancake breakfast, which was a pretty amazing breakfast. We go every year. Cerritos had their distinguished school ceremony, and it's about the pancakes. No, it's not about the pancakes. It's about the parents and the staff and everybody working together as a community. So that was an amazing event, and much of the board came with us. I went to Gonzalez. I took a visit to the MHP, and she's got this really homey look. I would really feel comfortable over there, and I looked at that place. It's they have space. They have lots of space there. I also visited Carmenita. I didn't take any pictures for some reason, but they have lots of pickleball courts, and they're doing an amazing job. They have an amazing principal. They have amazing staff. They can handle whatever we have there. Nemes, I went to visit, and we had a great principal there. I remember her when she first started as a math teacher, and so it's great that she's teaching this school great math. I had some banana bread, met Roberto, their turtle. Great school. Optimist Installation, Artesia Historical Society, 150 years of schools. I think they call it a sesquicentennial, something like that. I don't know. And also went to the Artesia International Festival. We saw adult school there. And it's kind of amazing that she's sitting there with all those other people. And yeah, that's kind of a great thing that they do, right? They're very entrepreneurial. And we can do the same thing at, say, Norwalk fairs and maybe Los Alamitos fairs and places like that where we can advertise how great our school district is. So it's a great example that Principal Amara puts forth, and I want to thank her for her efforts. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to begin this evening, as I have the last few meetings, with just a reminder to our families, to our students, that our district will continue to follow the law, including those recently signed by the governor, to ensure that all students, regardless of background, beliefs, immigration status, are provided with the best possible education. The last couple of weeks, we've been able to provide additional supports to families as they've needed it. Our intention is to ensure students can get to and from school safely, and we will continue to monitor and support with that. If families do have needs, please reach out to your school principal. We can work one-on-one to help families with whatever it is that may be creating some barriers to coming to school. This past week, I had an opportunity to meet with state legislators who represent all of the regions of LA County and talk about the things that they do in terms of law and funding and how they impact the work we do in schools. And so it was a good time with my colleagues, reminding people who make the laws that they should talk to the people who have to implement them. And it was a great time with them. They were very open and understood our needs and heard what we were saying about different bills and different things that create sometimes barriers for us at schools. So I appreciated that. My final comment tonight is just to make sure our families know we've sent out invitations and information, but our Community Expo is coming on Saturday, October 25th. And we're excited. We'll be at Artesia High School from 9 to noon. We will be also celebrating our 60th anniversary as a district. So we'll be having some cake and lots of great things happening that day. You can explore programs. We'll have student performances. So we're excited about that and looking forward to seeing everyone at the end of the month.
Next item, we have employee representative reports. Thank you. I think the next item is public comments.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comments section or prior to board discussion on an agendized item. The board shall provide 1 hour for speakers to address non-agendized items. Each speaker is limited to one presentation of 5 minutes or less. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Should there be 15 to 20 speakers for non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section. In addition, neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. The board shall provide 30 minutes for speakers to address agendized items. Should there be 6 to 10 speakers for agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee, regardless if the identification is by name, position, or other reference. Such comments may be presented through the proper administrative channels set forth in Bylaw 9323. Our first speaker is Bhakti Sheth, followed by Andy Yang.
Good evening, esteemed board members. I'm here tonight representing concerned parents from Lille Elementary first grade class to bring to your attention a serious and ongoing issue, a persistent bullying by one student that is deeply disruptive and distressing the environment in the classroom. This behavior has not only targeted our children, but also the teacher who has faced repeated verbal outbursts and emotional strain. The result is that the classroom cannot function as it should. The teacher's well-being has been affected, and the constant turnover of substitute teachers have left our students anxious, confused, and unable to learn in a stable environment. This has been ongoing for quite some time, and I'm sure all of you guys have had a copy of the incident log reflecting at least 2 months worth of data that us parents collectively have been tracking. What's worse is that there's a lack of transparency, for whatever reason, from the school administration towards us. Parents have not been informed when the bullying incidents occur. We often find out about what happened in school from our kids. Mind you, they're 6-year-old first graders who should not be exposed to any kind of behavior to begin with. When questions are raised to the school administration, often responses are vague, inconsistent, or dismissive, leaving the families in the dark and leaving the children unprotected. There have been repeated acts of physical and verbal abuse, such as striking the kids in sensitive areas, jab with the pencils, use of jump rope to hit and cause harm. Some parents are also seeking legal consultation to ensure the safety of their children and to also know their rights. My child personally has had reservations about going to school, and I feel like a failure, inability to protect my child. Schools should be considered a safe environment for our kids. My kid shouldn't have to come back and say, "Mom, I do not want to go to school today. I have a bully following me around." What I'm bringing to your attention right now is that we want actionable items. We do not want subjective responses. We want to know as parents where we stand, what are our rights, what we can do. At least when I go home back to my child, and I'm sure there's quite a few of us who want to be able to turn around and tell my kid, "Hey, we took care of this. We stood up for you guys because you as 6-year-olds can't do so." So I just do not want something subjective in form of a policy. What I'm urging the board to please listen to our plea and give us quite actionable items. Thank you. Do we have any questions for us?
We're not allowed.
Thank you.
But somebody will get back to you.
Next up is Andy Yang, followed by Tanya Somesh. Okay, thank you. Tanya Somesh, followed by Jamal Johnson.
It's tense in here. So sorry, everyone. My comment is completely different, but don't want to take away from your child's experience. Hello, board. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Tanya Samash. I'm a proud product of the ABC Unified School District. I graduated Elliott Elementary, 6th grade, class of 2012, Whitney High School, class of 2018. I then went on to go to Cal State Fullerton, where I got my bachelor's. And then I got my master's in human rights from Vienna, Austria. And I'm here to address you all today because I'm a community organizer with a nonprofit called South Asian Network. I was told that on your docket today, you're going to be voting on memorandums of understanding, and one of our nonprofits on your table is SAN, and I just wanted to give you guys a face to the organization. Vice President Nayola, you mentioned earlier in like one of the earlier presentations, like what can you do to help the community? What can you do to help support the parents? And that's really, really hope like SAN can help collaborate with ABC. We hear from the parents firsthand, and a lot of our community members are recent immigrants. Just like a quick example, August 7th, we hosted a back to school informational session where we literally taught parents how to use Canvas, how to use Google Classroom. We taught them what's a GPA, what's a semester, what's a trimester, because these are like basic information that a lot of immigrant parents don't need. We also, they don't like have at the moment. We also do parenting workshops to teach parents alternative discipline methods as compared to the traditional South Asian parenting methods. I'm sure you all have seen the cases. I was also one of those cases back in the day. But yeah, no, just really honored and grateful. It feels like a full circle, and I'm just truly, truly honored that I get to come back and help my own community and my school and my teachers. One of the presenters today was actually like my old vice principal, and I was like, oh my goodness, like we're gonna be speaking into the same microphone. Yeah, so sorry, this isn't the most professional, but I just wanted you all to have a face, a name. Yeah, love ABC and just truly honored to like be a part of it. And yeah, can't wait to like work with you all and have a wonderful evening. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We have Jermal Johnson, followed by Sarah Horta.
Hey, good evening. I wanted to come to advocate for a few scenarios I run into with my children at high school, middle school. Happy to hear that Dr. Lozano is here because I work in the field of behavior therapy. And typically when any disciplinary policy that's in place comes up, we always look at, does the intervention target the behavior that we're trying to address? The two scenarios I wanted to bring to your attention is the first. The school has an attendance policy that says after 8 tardies, the students automatically get an unsatisfactory on their report card, are not eligible for campus events, and there's one additional consequence I can't remember that's associated with 8 tardies in one semester. I called the school, gave them heads up, I let them know all 8 of the tardies are the fault of my wife and I. We have a lot of personal issues going on, and I have 2 kids with autism, so getting out the house isn't easy. Currently, my daughter has a 4.0 at high school. I have 3 kids at high school. My daughter has a 4.0. She's an 8th grader. After school, they have a cheer club where they get to cheer for whatever soccer games that happen after school. She went to scan her ID, and they said she's ineligible because of the tardies. I talked to the administration there. I asked them, I let them know I totally understand. All of the tardies are AM tardies on the way to school, things that are not in control of any of my kids. And I explained that there's no punishment that they can give my kids where they'd be able to facilitate getting to school early because it's the adults that are having a problem. And I told them that. I asked them if this was in between periods or they're running late or talking too much, it would make sense. But to have my daughter who has a 4.0 be excluded from being able to cheerlead or go to the soccer game or go to the volleyball game or not be eligible for school dances, I asked them, is this really the spirit of what the policy is about, or is it about having the students be accountable for their actions being tardy in between classes? What brought me here is the response was the policy is the policy. So my problem with high school is that they pretend like the policy comes from the district, and the district isn't made up of people who have the best interests of students in mind. So I feel like it's disingenuous if I, as a parent, ask, how does this benefit my student? And everybody was very courteous and polite and smiled and head nod, but they didn't have an answer, because the truth is the consequence has nothing to do with the behavior of the student. It's a me thing. My wife and I reach out, talk ahead of time. There was no consideration for what was going on. It's just the policy. It is the policy. The second incident is my son got into a fight. He is my autistic son. His disability is, it was Asperger's, but they don't use that anymore. It's just autism spectrum disorder. But he presents like Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. He's very like nerdy and quirky and just weird. He got into the first fight he ever had in his life at Haskell. A student said a racial slur to him. He slapped the student. Him and the student got into a fight. Talked to the administration, let him know, absolutely. He was in the wrong. We need to talk about consequences. They told me the only two choices they have is an automatic 3-day suspension or 3 days at the STEPS program at the adult campus. I told them that is going to be tough because he is autistic and changing his routine causes problems. They gave us an extra day. I took him to the STEPS program, and I don't know what the presentation or the brochure was, but it is not what they sold me on. Conflict resolution, skill building. They watched a video about vaping and talked about self-love, and it was him and 6 students total. He's a 7th grader, and it was a bunch of high school kids. As he walked in, they're like, hey, you're not gonna need your backpack. What's in there? And he's like, my computer. And it was very much like a place for like juvenile delinquents is what it felt like, where it was like, oh, you don't need a backpack here. You got something to work on. And it ended up just being like detention. He said we did like busy work about vaping and watched a video about self-love. And then they said, if you have anything to work on from school, you just work on that. He went one day, he was supposed to go 3. The school responded with, well, the other days will count as suspensions. And again, it's nothing they can do, even though we're humans talking about what would be best for this particular case. They performed like there was no room for nuance or to talk about different alternatives. So I just wanted to ask you guys to look at the policies, give the campus room to consider the individual, like unique circumstances in each case so that they could have more options, because it was frustrating with them pretending like there's nothing we could do. Thank you guys for your time.
Next, we have Sarah Horta and followed by Reshana Ali.
Sorry. Good evening, board. My name is Sarah Huerta. I'm a parent at Aloha Elementary. You guys recently voted to, unfortunately, close our school. And, you know, I'm coming here because not only did that vote open my eyes to a lot of situations or a lot of things that are going on within the board, but the June 17th meeting really opened my eyes to start going down that rabbit hole. Towards the end of the June 17th meeting here in this lobby, I was approached by former board member Sophia Tay. She asked me, what school is your child going to? I let her know, Aloha. And she's like, oh, don't worry. If your school closes, you're going to get first choice to any school in Cerritos because, you know, they have the better schools. So what did that tell me? That made me really think that, maybe the board systematically did this on purpose to demolish Aloha. Why would a former board member tell me that? Because they know that they felt like, or they make it to me seem like the schools in Aloha, Ferguson aren't worth investing to, and all of their emphasis is on the schools in Cerritos. That shouldn't be right. That shouldn't be the way. All schools should be treated equally as far as education. I find it very sad that, you know, we came, we poured out our hearts to let you know, hey, you know what, you guys have the wrong information on your reports. And, you know, we were scheduled to have a special education class. And guess what? We didn't have one after all. Somehow that changed. And it's very unfortunate, you know, with all due respect, you guys failed us as a board. You guys failed our children. You guys failed the parents. And you guys failed our community. Because at the end, what it looks like only the schools in less or the more impoverished areas were the ones on your original list of schools to be closed. And unfortunately, Stowers is now, you know, a sacrificial lamb to increase your precious Whitney High School. That shouldn't be the way. I just want to let you know that the way all the decisions you guys have made have really made people look or see that the board is very biased and did not want to invest and keep Aloha, you know, appealing, enticing for the outside community to attend. Because this year we did lose a lot of students because a lot of students, the parents told me, no, you know what? I don't want to start my child in that school because I know it's going to close. Because they always say it's a small world. You know, everybody finds out the murmurs that have been said. And like I told Miss Superintendent Zico at our school, you know, I heard that the secretaries at the board district were already saying, oh no, that school's gonna close, that school's gonna close. A long time before any of the votes had been counted. You know, that's really sad. That's really sad because you make us feel like we weren't worth it. We weren't worth keeping our classes open, but we are worth it because we have a very large community of people who are very tight knit, and a lot of them say, you know what, I don't even trust ABC anymore. But just remember, we are important. We were worth staying open, and it's very unfortunate that our Latino and Black community feels like we weren't worth it. Thank you.
Ray Shauna Ali.
Hello, everyone. I came to talk about NEMIS, but then she back there got me about the school closures. My kids go to NEMIS Elementary School. I have 6 kids. My oldest is 19th, my youngest is 5. And I feel very strongly, just like that parent, that you guys are looking within instead of the outer. And it's very sad that you guys aren't looking at the community of African Americans and Hispanic community and seeing what you guys are gonna do to these kids when you shut their schools down. I really came to talk about NEMIS because my daughter is gonna be going into the 6th grade. She's in 4th grade right now. She's in the dual language class and doing excellent. However, now we're gonna move 6th grade to middle school. So what's gonna happen to her and her fellow students because they get a credential after supposed to be for 6th grade, but now it looks like 5th grade. What is their testing? Last year, you guys implemented a new testing with Ms. Durant, and now how are our kids gonna do the testing? Are they gonna have to do the testing in 4th grade, or are they gonna have to do their testing in 5th grade? Second, preschool at NEMIS. I came to you guys multiple times last year. You guys got $2.5 million for the preschool over there. We still have lead in that water fountain at NEMIS Elementary School in the preschool. But this year at Lil, across the street from where I live, we got 3 new bungalows going over there. Why do we have 3 new bungalows going over there? Oh, they're renovating over there. NEMIS has been there longer than Lil. Why is that school not getting renovated? Why haven't we taken care of the situation over there with lead being at the preschool and they cannot use the water fountain? But we're fixing the kindergarten classroom over at another place. This is all the stuff that I have brought up multiple times. And it's really sad, as other people have said, we only care about the schools within Cerritos. I don't want to say it's because of race, and people don't look at like, oh, Nemis, predominantly Hispanic people, they don't speak English, they don't do that. But come on now, how do we still have lead at a preschool and we cannot drink from that drinking fountain? How haven't we sat there and already put some more things going over at other school? It's a dual language school. You guys are now about to close another dual language schools. Where are all those kids gonna go? What's gonna happen to all of the kids with their emotional building? 6th grade, we're talking about middle school. It's a whole nother thing. And then the gentleman talking about Haskell, 2 incidents. My daughter's friend is Muslim. She got talked about because she was Muslim, because her mom wears a hijab. My daughter was called a racial slur at Nemis. I was told that we're gonna have a 4th grade little district talk and people are gonna come talk to them. Never happened. It's going on within all our schools and we're failing our system. That's all I want to talk about. Please get our water fixed at Nemis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second, Noyola.
Second, Noyola. Does anybody want to pull any item from the consent calendar? Hearing none, then I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Next item is an action item. Can I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to the board advisory committees?
Second.
Dr. Zietlow?
Thank you. We've added a couple of more students to the Diversity, Unity, and Equity Committee, and so that is what we're looking to approve this evening.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this particular item?
None.
Any board comments? Sure. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm the liaisons to the Diversity, Unity, and Equity, and this is where we have most of our students showing up. And I have to tell you that these students that are coming to this meeting are absolutely amazing. They're sharing all the information with us and letting us know where they need support. And so I'm glad to see that we're continuing to add more students because I think their voice needs to be heard. And I think Dr. Castro was there when we were there. They all have a strong voice. And we actually have our chairperson is a student. Yeah, so it's an amazing committee. If you guys get a chance, please stop by at the next meeting so you guys can see it in action.
Thank you. Any other board member? Then I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye. Motion passes 6-0. Can I have a motion to adopt Resolution 25-07, acknowledging Filipino American History Month in the month of October 2025?
Tatiana moves.
Second.
Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. So I've asked Ms. Marlise Harris, our interim equity officer, to provide just a little bit of information about our district students who are of the Filipino background before we read the resolution together. And so, Ms. Marlise.
Good evening, Board President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, Clerk Bowie, distinguished board members, our Superintendent, Dr. Zietlow, ABC Cabinet, and community. So I'll be brief with you this evening. I'll be presenting on affirming Filipino American History Month as we enter into October, and just share a little bit of information that we have for this month. So the theme this year is From Quotas to Communities, Filipino American Migration and Movement. So a few facts about Filipino American History Month. Filipino American History Month is an annual celebration, and again, it's held in October, that honors the history, heritage, and contributions of Filipino Americans to American culture and society. So it's celebrated the entire month of October, and it commemorates the arrival of the first Filipinos in the United States back October 18th, 1587. So as we look at our Filipino American students within the ABC Unified School District,
Our Filipino American students make up about 9.5 of our students in ABC, which indicates from this image here, for every 10 students in ABC, one of the students is Filipino American. And looking at how ABC honors Filipino American History Month, we have coming up, well, within our high schools, Artesia and GAR have the Filipino Club, and GAR has the Barkada Club. They meet once a week, and they've both already hit the ground running with meeting with their clubs, and you can follow them. They have Instagram pages, and they advertise what they have going on for the month. Cerritos and GAR High School with Madame Olivia. She teaches Tagalog at both of the high schools. And for the month of October, Lille and Melbourne both have activities, which I plan on attending, where Lille on October 27th will have students wearing traditional clothing, and will be presenting the national anthem and providing additional activities for their students. And Melbourne, during recess, will have activities for their students during recess. So we were able to curate a few resources for our elementary schools, which we will also send out to our teachers. Here we have a few books, again, honoring the rich heritage and culture of our Filipino American community. Here are a few videos, again, representing the strong Filipino culture and facts for elementary students. And there are also some secondary resources that we have curated, which share in stories, the war, the art, the dance. And so all of these resources will be shared with all of our schools, again, as a resource tool for our teachers within ABC to share with their students in the community. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
At this time, I thought we would read the resolution. Well, if we could.
Well,
Go
let's
ahead.
ask if there's any public comment.
None.
Okay. Do you want to do board comment?
You can. Yeah.
Okay, there's board comment. Board member clerk, Takayama Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry.
So as a proud former member of Club Kaibigan at Whitney High School, where we grew up dancing for Filipino Cultural Night, and we were one of the only organizations at that time, late 90s era, really just broadcasting the Filipino culture in the ABC. And so it's so wonderful to see so many of our high schools, GAR, Artesia, Cerritos, all having so much pride in their culture. And, you know, whether or not you're Filipino, we accept you, we welcome you. We want you to love our culture just as much as we love it. So not only that, at our elementary schools, you know, Leo, we started the kids just singing national anthem and practicing with each other because it's a really complicated song, but the kids love it and they learn it and they sing it together, and now they do it every year. So just little things like that, really just allowing kids to feel that sense of pride. I'm the proud daughter of a mom who came here from the Philippines. So strong, so brave, came here by herself. You know, she met her siblings here later on, but I'm very proud of our district for doing this. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Board member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for putting this together, and thank you also for supporting our teachers with giving them books and videos, because I think as teachers, we want to make sure that our kids see themselves in the literature and the resources that we share. And I think as our students learn about different cultures, they see that, yes, we are different, but more so, we're more alike. So thank you so much. And that's it, Mr. President.
Thank you. Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Ishii. Thank you so much for your presentation. And of course, growing up here, going to GAR, I had many friends that were Filipino American. So I'm very happy to, get to learn about the different cultures and heritage here at ABC, and it's helped me, become a, more well-rounded person. So I appreciate all we do for our students and celebrating their culture and heritage. So I hope we keep it up.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very pleased to have this particular item. The history is intertwined. It's not Filipino history and Latino history and Japanese history is all interlinked. You know, Larry Italy, people think it was the labor leader was one person, but it was actually a combination where they learned that if we fight separately, we get nothing done. But if we put our heads together, we get things done. We provide justice to the people, and through these connections that we have, through these celebrations. I went to Nemis and asked. They had a picture of Hispanic Heritage Month, and they also had Filipino History Month. I was like, do you have a lot of Filipino history? It's like, no, we don't. But the whole idea is that we are sharing together, and I think that's what makes our district strong. So I'm very happy to have this particular motion. So without further ado, I'd like to start with somebody to read. Start with Sue. Okay.
Ready?
Your turn.
I'm honored. Filipino American History Month. Whereas in California, Filipino American History Month was first recognized statewide in 2006 when the California Department of Education placed it on its celebrations calendar. And
whereas in California and Hawaii, many Filipino American organizations in these states often initiate their own independent celebrations. A pivotal year was 2006 as it marks the centennial celebration of Filipino migration to the United States. And
whereas in 2009, California Senator Leland Yee introduced a resolution passed that recognizes October as Filipino American History Month. It passed the California State Assembly and was submitted to the California Secretary of State. And
whereas in 2009, the U.S. Congress designated October as Filipino American History Month, a month-long commemoration and appreciation for the Filipino experience throughout American history, stretching as far back as 1587. And
whereas Filipino Americans are the second largest Asian American group in the nation and the third largest ethnic group in California after Latinos and African Americans. The celebration of Filipino American History Month in October commemorates the first recorded presence of Filipinos in the continental United States, which occurred on October 18, 1587, when Luzones Indios came ashore from the Spanish galleon Nuestra Señora de Esperanza and landed at what is now Morro Bay, California. And
whereas Filipino Americans have made significant contributions to American culture, politics, science, including but not limited to labor leader Larry E. Leong, who jointly created the United Farm Workers, Tony Award-winning am I saying it correctly? Leah Salonga, retired State Supreme Court Justice Dani Ganti Sakai, and thank you for the support.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District celebrates Filipino American History Month in the month of October 2025.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2508, Red Ribbon Week, October 23rd to 31st, 2025?
So move Mendoza.
Second, McCatton.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
You're welcome. Well, I have an idea. Why don't we just
I think that
read
was
this?
an error. I apologize. I think you were supposed to call on me.
I was supposed to call on you?
Well, I think I missed it. I apologize in the script.
Okay.
Red Ribbon Week is something we celebrate every year at our schools, just reminding students that they need to be healthy and that healthiness helps them learn and grow. And so during Red Ribbon Week, there are a lot of activities that happen. I know I'll be marching in the parade with all of the students from Hawaiian Garden. So I thought it'd be good for us to read the resolution as part of that.
Yes. Do we have any public comment to this particular item?
None.
Do we have any board comment? Great. Let's go ahead and read this resolution. Start on Jeannie McHatton's side.
Red Ribbon Week. Whereas a national Red Ribbon campaign will be celebrated in every community in America during Red Ribbon Week, October 23rd through the 31st, 2025, and
whereas the National Federation of Parents for Drug-Free Youth and Californians for Drug-Free Youth are coordinating this grassroots community awareness program in a unified effort with representatives in each state in cooperation with National Drug-Free America Week, October 23rd through the 31st, 2025, and
Whereas business, government, law enforcement, schools, religious institutions, service organizations, youth, medical, senior citizens, military, sports teams, and individuals will demonstrate their commitment to drug-free, violence-free, healthy lifestyles and display red ribbons during this week-long campaign. And
whereas the ABC Unified School District has committed resources to ensure the success of the Red Ribbon Week campaign, and
The ABC Unified School District recognizes the current crisis throughout the country and sees importance in educating students, staff, and the community of the dangers of drug use. And
Whereas the ABC Unified School District has been certified and approved to properly purchase and store naloxone Narcan at our secondary schools and has trained staff at all middle and high schools to administer naloxone Narcan in an emergency situation. And
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the ABC Unified School District Board of Education does hereby support October 23rd through 31st, 2025 as Red Ribbon Week and Drug-Free America Week, and encourages its students, parents, and staff to participate in drug awareness and drug education activities, making a visible statement that we are strongly committed to drug-free, violence-free, healthy lifestyles. And
be it further resolved that the ABC Unified School District Board of Education encourages all citizens to pledge to life is a puzzle, solve it drug-free.
based upon the resolution, I'd like to call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve new board policy 5131.8, mobile communications devices?
Tatiana moves.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight, we're bringing forward a new board policy, 5131.8, mobile communication devices. It really is an attempt after the governor signed AB 3216 for our district to strive to minimize distractions and increase academic performance, all while ensuring student well-being and mental health. And so we're bringing this forward tonight as a new policy. We had previous policy that dealt with just cell phones, but this really encompasses all mobile devices with the advent of smartwatches and smart glasses and all the things that you would have never imagined that we had unless you watched Mission Impossible. So sort of all-encompassing as we took it to our legislative policy committee to look at it, also with some staff input. And so we're bringing that forward to you as presented.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Is there any board comment? Okay. Board Member Mendoza?
yeah, just a quick comment. I know I don't remember who I had the conversation with. I think it's Dr. Rios, but I think we spoke to some students, and the students really didn't have a problem with the policy. They just wanted to know, like, if our phones are going to be put away, like, what are we going to replace it with, like, activities, during the daytime when they're at lunchtime. They need activities because, they're going to be forced to, like, communicate with each other, not with their phones. So I just want to make sure we reach out to our schools and say, like, we're asking them to do this, but we also need to have something in place for them, activities where they can interact. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue, you?
Thank you, Board President. Thank you, Dr. Fraser, for bringing this to the board, and I'm very pleased to see this. This should have happened long time ago, 10 years ago, because so much damage has already been done to our youth and parents, and I've just seen so many moms weeping because when the kids hit teenage, parents are not able to really fully control and manage, and a lot of addictions happen. So I'm very pleased that we have this in place, especially for teachers. So difficult to teach when you're, when the kids are on the phone. How do you, manage all that? However, there's few things that I am concerned. on page 104, the wording, the governing board recognizes that student use of smartphones and other mobile, communication devices on campus may be beneficial to student learning and well-being, and could be harmful and disruptive of the. So that's kind of confusing, that wording. I don't know how you guys see it, but so
If I may,
I don't know.
I think that
Yeah.
it's acknowledging the fact that
Yeah.
while having a device and
Yeah.
being able to access technology can be a positive thing,
Yes.
it has also turned into something that isn't positive.
Yeah, that's how I.
It's like a
understand it, but-
double-edged sword.
Yes, so I think maybe we can tweak the grammar a little bit, because otherwise, like while, use the word while, at least. Another thing is, consequences on page 105. There's discipline. While I really believe that consequences are important to modify actions, because we didn't really have like a strong policy in place, and I know that the teachers and different campuses have their own policy. I think it would be helpful if we have a kind of like a campaign to inform the parents and the students and the teachers, so that we're all on the same page before we implement it. That would help the expectations, and if the parents know it, they can really help reinforce it. Some of the parents will send the kids without phones, period, especially in the elementary school, right? And so I think I would like to recommend that, so that we could get help from the parents, and that would really help with our school teachers too, because school teachers, on top of all of their responsibilities, to enforce the policy is added stress, right? So I think a positive campaign through text or video, it would be good to prepare our families or the community. Yeah, that's all. That's all.
Thank you. So I have a couple things. One is we had talked about this way back in May, and this is continuing on with those particular items. I'm very proud that we're able to do this in advance of the state mandate, and hopefully because of this, we can continue to be the leader in education by hopefully a little bit ahead of the schedule, a little bit ahead of the state, and our kids will be able to detox from some of these devices and be able to actually talk to each other. So I'm very happy with this. Do we happen to, and I don't usually look at LAUSD, but do we happen to look at other policies out there that we could have copied besides CSBA?
Yeah, we did. Fortunately for us, ours are pretty transparent. A lot of districts aren't in terms of their policy. What we did find with LAUSD is they do a board bulletin. So anytime they put a board policy out, it's really in a bulletin form instead of having access to the actual policy. It kind of just gives an overall summary of what's going on. So we did look at some additional districts in terms of what they had. A lot of people had pretty just state what the state is requiring in terms of and what CSBA is recommending.
Yes, and by the way, this is one of the examples where I thought LAUSD did a pretty good job. But go ahead, Board Member Mendoza.
Yeah, thank you. So the bulletin basically is our policy. That's what we follow. Here we call it policy. At LAUSD, it's a bulletin that goes out to all staff members. LAUSD was ahead of the game. We decided to do this way ahead of everybody else. And so the district said it is a policy that students cannot use their cell phones during the day, during instructional time. And then it was up to each individual school to decide on a plan on how to do that. But the policy is that no cell phones during instructional time. My school site has done it since January. There wasn't a lot of pushback because we had something similar to it before that. Now it was just like, you have to do it. Before it was like, we're gonna do it. Now it's, you have to do it. And honestly, the kids, they adjust to it. You are going to have some parents, like Board Member, you said that they're going to push back or they might not push back. But for the most part, the kids, it becomes something natural. You just put it away. And the school provided us, we decided on a form of how to put the phones away. So we did the, what is it called? The shoe
Pockets, yeah.
Shoe pockets, where we did that. There's other other schools that decided on a different way, a different form, but the policy is that there's no phones during instructional time.
Yeah. Is this a policy that can be implemented right away?
Yes.
Great. Board Member Suyu.
So as far as the policies, I think it would be helpful. You know, we have the IT director to, as you know, President mentioned, let's look at some of the policies from other schools, other states, or other countries, and just kind of get some ideas too. That would be good input. That would be helpful. Yeah.
In terms of a different thing. Okay.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Just and also, instead of having each school come up with it, we as a district should do all the work as much as possible and give direction and the resources, I think.
Well, that's what the board policy would
yeah,
be.
right. Mm-hmm.
That's what we're going to vote. I have one minor adjustment on the language on page 104, bullet number 3. When a district has notified that a licensed physician or surgeon, I'm thinking that most surgeons are probably licensed physicians, so I'm wondering if we really need that word or surgeon. It might be kind of confusing. So with a minor amendment to delete or surgeon. Does it sound good? I see one nodding head.
Yeah.
Yes?
We can do that. Is that something that?
President.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Board Clerk Yokoyama Bui.
So thank you, Mr. President. As you know, I'm the board liaison
Yes?
for legislative policy, and point 3 was something that we did discuss and review. And we didn't necessarily discuss the physician or surgeon. We kept that in and added other language relative to paragraph 3, but I'm inclined to agree with you that surgeon potentially would not be necessary, so I'm okay with that.
Thank you. So with an amendment, let's vote on the amendment to withdraw the word or surgeon. We don't need to? Okay, we're in consensus with the deletion of the word or surgeon? Yes? Yes? Okay, I'm hearing lots of yeses. So with that, I will call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 7-0, thank you. Motion passes. Can I have a motion to approve new board policy and revised administrative regulation 5148.2 before and after school programs?
Second.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing forward the new board policy and revised AR 5148.2 before and after school programs. We previously had an administrative regulation that outlined sort of our before and after school programs, but we did not have the accompanied board policy. And so that we're bringing forward that board policy tonight for you. And it was developed utilizing the latest, obviously, CSBA sample and recommendations, and enough input and staff in to reflect the education code and statewide standards. It looks at various programs offered, such as after-school safety and enrichment programs and expanded learning opportunities programs. It was the AR was also revised to align with the new board policy.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
There's none.
Are there any board comments on this item? Seeing none, like call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve revised board policy and administrative regulation 6178, career technical education? Dr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing forward revised board policy and AR regulation 6178, career technical education. As you heard previous in our meeting, the expansion of our CTE programs and really the consolidation of programs like ROP into CTE really constituted us going back and really revising this to make sure it's up to date with all of the great things that we're doing.
Thank you. Any public comment? Any board comment? Thank you. Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Ishii. I just want to give a kudos to the Legislative Policy Committee for all their hard work and all these great changes.
Yeah, they've been working hard. We've been putting a lot to them, not just a rubber stamp committee. I have one question though. In terms of this career technical, do we track them afterwards in terms of jobs that they get? I know it might be difficult, right? They probably don't report if they don't get a job, but
Yes, we do track that. That's part of the requirements of many of our grants is to track them. So we do survey our former students and ask whether they're attending college, whether they've gotten a job, whether the job are employed with is related to a CTE field that they were a part of during their time at school. And we do receive responses, not as many as we would like, and we will continue to improve our efforts to increase the percentage of students that respond to those surveys.
that's great. Thank you. All right. Any other board comment? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and the ABC Federation of Teachers Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, regarding health and welfare benefits for the 2025-2026 school year?
So moved.
Thank you. Dr. Frazier. Also, turn on your microphones if you press. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing these memorandum of understandings forward with all of our associations, so you'll see a couple more as we go along in our meeting. I think one notable thing to note is a lot of times when we negotiate, part of that is these are our health benefits and just noting the increased cost of 9.7%. And what that approximates to in terms of monetary values. We want to really try to stay competitive with our compensation, and part of that is our health benefits as well.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Any board comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding and side letter agreement between the Board of Education and the ABC Federation of Teachers Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, regarding child development permit teachers?
Somo Mendoza.
Second. Who was the second?
Second, Tatiana.
Tatiana. Okay, Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are bringing forward this memorandum of understanding and side letter with our teachers union regarding our Excels program. When we negotiated a couple years back, we consolidated to one salary schedule where previously they were on two. There was some unintended consequences to that in terms of STIR's retirement credit and also some financial implications as well. And so we worked really hard with our Teachers Association, with the Excels program, to come up with this agreement that we're bringing forward to you tonight.
Thank you. Any public comments on this item?
None.
Any board comment? I have one comment. Thank you for bringing this forward. I heard the issue from the Excels people, and they are, I'm sure, thankful for our expeditious action on this to ensure they have benefits. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. 7-0. I appreciate it. Can I have a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between, make sure I'm on the right one here. 2.5. Approve the memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO, Local 2229, Council 36, regarding health and welfare benefits for the 25-26 school year.
Somo Mendoza.
Second, Noyola.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. And similarly to our other associations, this is our health benefit agreement, so I'm bringing this forward as presented.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item?
None.
Any board comment on this item? Thank you. Call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education and the California School Employees Association and its ABC Chapter 24 regarding health and welfare benefits for the 25-26 school year?
Move approval, McCatton.
Second Mendoza.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing this MOU forward as presented.
Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Is there any board comment on this item? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the tentative agreement with non-represented employee groups for the health and welfare benefits for the 2025-26 school year?
Move approval, McCatton.
Second,
Mendoza.
Tatiana.
I think it's the one over there. Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our last association for the night. This is our management and our confidential employees, and we're bringing this item forward as presented.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Is there any board comment on this item? This item is identical, so I would call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve the new job classification, job description, and range for coordinator, cybersecurity, range 28, with a base annual salary of $120,36, and between that and $136,716 on the management/confidential salary schedule effective October 8th, 2025.
Tatiana moves.
Second, McCatton.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing this the job classification and job description forward for the cybersecurity coordinator. As you know, this is these are serious threats to our school district, organization, students, staff, with an increase, at an alarming rate of 3,500 per week and affecting about 82% of districts. We felt like this is an appropriate time to expand this position to help us out in this area.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item?
None.
Board Dr. Rios.
Is this position going to be limited to just cyber threats, or are they going to be dealing with the other type of threats that we get, like verbal?
This is a position that would be dealing with what's going on in our technology systems, and they would be working alongside our other managers and our other staff who deal with any kind of cyber threats in terms of data, trying to steal student data, trying to steal staff data. So it's on the hardware side of technology.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a question also. The tech area is very competitive. Is this going to be, are we going to be able to get the best and brightest in this field with this salary range?
We did comparative analysis to other positions that are similar to this, and so we believe that this is the range is appropriate.
Okay. Well, I will trust you in that then. Dr. Rios.
One more question. Who was doing this before?
We did not have that position.
We've been using consultants
Yes.
as needed, and the concern is that the costs are increasing. And so we may be better to have a person in-house rather than dealing with consultant fees.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the reclassification of manager-nutrition services to director-nutrition services on the management confidential salary schedule effective October 8th, 2025?
So move, Mendoza.
Second, Noyola.
Second, okay. Turn on your mic if you do the second. Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're bringing this item forward, the reclassification manager nutrition services job title to director nutrition services, and basically it's a title change.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Any public comment on this item?
None.
Any board comment on this item? Seeing none, call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great. 7-0, motion passes. Can I have a motion to approve request to contract with EL Achieve, Inc. to provide comprehensive professional development for 24 teachers and administrators to sustain a system-wide implementation of systemic ELD and or constructing meaning for the 2025-26 school year?
So moved, Noyola.
Second, McCatton.
Dr. Castro.
Yes, I bring you this item forward on behalf of Carver Elementary School. Carver Elementary has decided to braid some of their Title I funding in addition to the LCAP supplemental funds that they receive to support their English learner students. We'll be monitoring and tracking this to see if it is a successful program. We do provide additional supports through our EL roadmap training. And of course, as in any situation, if we see that this program is successful at Carver, we'll look at other school sites that this program could be added.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Only board comment I have is to just keep the metrics so that we know what's happening for the following year. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve the request to contract with Tutor Me Education LLC to provide in-person math tutoring services for a student representing the unduplicated student groups of Aloha, Juarez, and Ferguson Elementary Schools and Haskell Middle School for the 25-26 school year?
So moved, Mendoza.
Second, Noyola.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. This is a request to continue to support in-person math tutoring services at both elementary and middle school sites. In addition to, we do have already Tutor Zone working at many of our school sites. This is another offering for some of our school sites if they choose to work with this company, as well as a reminder this, to the board that we also have our teachers working in this after-school program. This program would occur in a combination of during the day and after school in order to support students that don't stay after school as well.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item?
None.
Board Member McHatton.
Dr. Castro, I have a question about this. Is this what you referred to before about the math teacher not going somewhere else and we're replacing them?
Partially, this is additional funding support. Since the coach is no longer available, we do have some additional funding to be able to add more tutoring services to some of our school sites. And based on metrics and based on the need, that's why we chose the select schools that you see before you.
So the amount shown, the 256,000, is for replacing that math coach plus the programs at the different sites. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Rios?
We always talk about impact, and so I don't know what the metrics are that we're going to be using, but it's a lot of money. I'd like to be effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Yu.
Same thing. How has this tutoring been? I mean, I'm very glad to see this happening because the funding is going to these schools. And are these schools Title I schools?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry,
yeah.
I turned my mic off. Yes, these are Title I schools.
Mm-hmm. And how has the tutoring? I'm glad that we're using outsourcing some of these tutoring services. At the same time utilizing our teachers too. But how is this program working? Because this is not the first year, right?
This is the first year.
Oh,
This is a new
the first
company.
year.
Yeah, we've never worked with we haven't worked with this
Okay.
company before. This is a new contract.
Great. Yeah. Just as board member Dr. Rios mentioned, it would be great to sort of have some kind of a measurement that we can kind of see what the outcome is. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we do have pre and post assessments aligned to our benchmark assessments with mathematics, as well as using obviously our CASP scores at the end of the year to see how progress is happening with our students. Just so the board knows, this was highly vetted. They work in a number of districts, including LA Unified and a number of districts surrounding us in Orange County as well.
Yes, I'm actually Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one question as I'm listening to my colleagues. Who oversees them as they're working at the school site? Is it the principal? Is it assistant principal? Who's going to oversee them?
The direct supervisor at the school site is the principal. Our director of elementary curriculum, since she oversees the after-school program, she then supports the principals with the implementation of this program.
So the principals will be on site after school at all times with them, or yes, or assistant principals?
Well, typically the tutoring happens in the first hour because part of our extended learning requirements is that they also have other offerings. And so that's why typically during the time the principal is there, as well as our coordinators of the ABC Excels program. They do a rotation and check in on the tutoring services during that time as well.
You said in the morning time? Is that what I heard?
No, this is during the day. This is combination of during the day and after school, the first hour at least after school.
After school. Okay, so I just have one quick question and a concern that kind of popped up. So I know admin has a lot of things to do. Everybody else has a lot of things to do. And I know that at Ferguson, when I went to visit, they have an AP that is only part-time. They share. So I'm glad that we have this and we're giving support to our students, but at the same time, We need somebody at those schools who is, and I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say. You're going to say you're flying it already and they're already looking for somebody. But that's my concern, is that those schools, great, they're getting these programs, but we need somebody else there to support them, because we can't just give them a program and say, here, run it by yourself. Like, they need support to do this. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board comments? Great. I just want to think this is, so this is about doing something different. You know, we talk about doing the same thing over and over and trying to expect a different result. This is not the case. This is something that we're doing something that's different. We're hiring out. It's a lot of money, but totally, this is exactly where it needs to go. Aloha, Juarez, Ferguson. We want to increase their scores. We got to put the emphasis in there. So I am very much in favor of something like this, where we put intense tutoring. We know that intense tutoring works. And here we're going to try another group, and they're licensed teachers. They're not just the high school students. These are professionals. So we would treat them like professionals, and hopefully we get the results that we expect. And so thank you very much for bringing this item forward and doing the research to get all this done. Appreciate it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-0. Thank you. Can I motion to approve a request to approve the updated school parent and family engagement policies for Title I schools?
Move approval, McCatton.
Second, Tatiana.
Thank you. Dr. Castro.
Thank you. As part of our federal program monitoring, which our district is undergoing at the moment, we're made aware that these Title I parent involvement policies must be board approved on an annual basis. And so we're bringing those to you at this time. You can see the different schools that are Title I, and they each have their own federal parent and family engagement policies. We have provided samples, and we'll continue to provide those samples in our board updates.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Is there any board comment on this item? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Oh, actually, board member Yu.
Okay, so we have a great program with this new tutoring program, but here, informing the parents, and I think parents and family is really huge factor. So, and I think if parents know that we're spending that extra money to tutor their children, parents can reinforce it at home. But to notify them only through letter might not be sufficient. I know that making phone call is difficult, but I'm wondering if we can put in a line to say, make the phone call also. Is that too much? Because some of the families, just letter alone does not work. But a phone call or a text message, I think that for sure the parents will get it, and kind of make it kind of like a mandatory, so that the parents will be informed of the program in place so they can take advantage of it.
Just a point of clarification. This is just the letter is the requirement of the law in terms of what we have to submit to federal program monitoring. School site council has to review and approve that letter, and they're the ones that the school site council actually are the ones that approve, review the letter, and make edits. We do make phone calls and we do send text messages out. In addition, this is not the only way that we communicate. This is just one part of the law that is a requirement that we're looking to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment? With seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the request to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the University of Southern California?
Second, my mic was on.
Second, Noyola.
All right, Dr. Castro.
Thank you. I'm excited to present this item. Last month when we had our Diversity, Unity, and Equity Committee, we had a professor from USC come out to speak and share information regarding this exciting program in partnership with LA versus Hate. The program is a mentoring program where students who are part of the Dramatics Arts Master's program at USC would actually be mentors to students in ABC, particularly at our secondary schools. And they would work in our theater programs to provide artistic representations, theatrical performances that would talk about various issues that are connected to student wellness. It could be something about bullying. It could be something about harassment. It could be one of the many issues that we deal with that may be concerning to students, cell phone use, et cetera. And so the school and the students get to pick their selection. So I'm hoping with your approval that we'll be able to see some of this in action later this year.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Board member, Dr. Rios.
Fight on. No, I'm kidding.
Is that the end of the comment?
No, I really like that, we're doing work in cultural understanding. I mean, we talk about the diversity in our schools, we talk about the diversity in our districts, but we, from time to time, we hear issues revolving cultural understanding. And that this really goes a long way in improving our school climate, improving our school culture, and just getting along as human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll agree with that. All in favor say aye.
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 I don't know about the fight on, but yes, the motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve the contracts with AW Industries, Adam Weston, Beck's Construction Services, and TYR Inc. to provide topographic surveying services with the option to renew annually for the additional annually for up to 4 additional years?
Moved by Noyola.
Second, Mendoza.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Ishii. As part of our bond program, we are required by the State Division of State Architect to have an inspector on record to monitor and inspect the activities on a daily basis. We are technically renewing all these three, Adam Watson, Bex, and TYR, and the recommendation is to approve them all, so to give the district the flexibility that we need in case one of them is not available. So we've found that their price range is competitive within the industry, and we are recommending for approval.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Board comment. Board member Mendoza.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Yes, so I wasn't here when we did this the first time, so I had questions about this. So I'm glad you're saying you're renewing this. So
Correct.
these are firms and companies that we've used previously. My question to you is: it says approximately $800,000 annually. Is that what we are paying, or is that up to, like?
Yeah. So it depends on the projects of the year. So we have different phases. We finished up a high school and middle schools already. We now in the last phase, which is the elementary schools. So it depends on the number of schools we are modernizing that year. The price range could be different, but it's based on the hourly work and the scope of the project. So 800,000 would be, what we estimate for the coming year with the current projects that we have going.
Do we as a board, do we get a report on how much is being spent, like from our bond money?
Yes. The Citizen Oversight Committee meet quarterly to review all that, and they report to the board annually. And we can bring up to the board a Measure BB update presentation that we're to report all the progress of the different schools and how much we have spent on the different projects.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. This is part of the $256 million bond. Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other board comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the contracts with Curry Engineering and Testing, Nino and Moore, Smith Emery, TGR Geotechnical, and Twinning Consulting to provide special inspection services with an option to renew annually for up to 4 additional years?
Move approval, McCatton.
Second, Tatiana.
Mr.
Thank
Nguyen.
you, President Ishii. Again, we are renewing these all these firms. They are providing soil testing services for our projects should we need to do that. If you were to construct or build new structures or buildings, the water table here in ABC is fairly high, so we require to have against the Division of State Architect to have soil testing before we can proceed with the project. So this will be the work that they will do.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Is there any board comment on this item? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve the contracts with Thienes Engineering Services and Joseph C. Truxall and Associates Incorporated to provide topographical surveying services with an option to renew annually for up to 4 additional years?
Move approval, McCatton.
Second, Noyola.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Again, we are recommending renewing these two firms as part of our Measure B project. Certain projects require us to study the land elevations for ADA compliant access compliance as required by the Division of State Architects. So we are retaining these experts to analyze and study and make recommendation should we need to.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item?
None.
Is there any board comment on this item? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve to adopt Emergency Resolution 25-09, award of emergency contract for public works and related services?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
Tatiana.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Board President Nishis. Again, the board approved the school consolidation and reconfiguration plan at the last meeting. We are moving forward with the transition plan. Part of that is ensuring that the schools are being consolidated and the receiving schools will have sufficient capacity and been modernized timely to receiving students. So with that, we still going through the bid process when we can. There are situations we would get competitive both in bids, but this emergency allow us to do that and be able to meet the timelines in order for our schools to have a smooth, if you will, transition as school being consolidated.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
None.
Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. So for my understanding, this is a cost that's going to be, that we have to use because we're consolidating schools. And so what will the money be used for exactly?
So this is any and all facility-related items. So if we need to, for example, we were consolidating Aloha to Willow and Melbourne, right? So now Willow and Melbourne will have new students this coming year. So we want to prepare Melbourne and Willow to ensure that their facilities will be modernized and in the condition that would be able to accepting the students from Aloha. So normally we go through that normal process of modernizing schools as they being phased in. This will allow us to, if we need to, still get competitive quote and move forward with the implementation of the projects without a formal bidding. So this is just buying us some time because of the board action is somewhat closer to the beginning of next year. We just need the additional time to ensure that our facilities at the schools that will be receiving students will be ready. I hope that makes sense.
It does make sense, but that means that the receiving school has to have work on it done this year.
Correct.
So that's going to impact instruction.
Correct. And we are mindful of that, just like we have schools that are currently being modernized right now. Nixon, Leo. So whether it's interim housings or working closely with the schools and the teaching staff and all staff there to ensure that there's minimal or no disruption to the instructional process that's going. So we've been doing that.
But it would, as a normal elementary school that was going to be modernized without the influx of the incoming students, there's going to be more because we need more
Correct.
space. So
Correct.
it's
So
going
we
to
might
impact them a little bit more than normal.
Correct.
And so it says sources of funding. It has Measure BB bond money, but it also says other funds as needed.
Correct. So if we need to supplement the Measure BB fund with capital facility funds or other capital outlay projects funds, then we will use that.
So that increase. So when I read this, I was a little bit concerned because we're going to spend all this money, right? And the communities are being impacted. We're going to use, because bond money is from properties of our residents. And so it really concerns me that these consolidated schools are going away, but those communities are still paying into the bond.
Correct.
That's concerning to me. Not only are they having to pay that, but we're also going to spend some more money. So in my mind, it didn't make.
So I want to make sure I'll clarify that. So each school has a budget for in the Measure BB, right? The schools that be consolidated, the Measure BB funds, the remaining of it follow the students. So we will bring forward to the board a new revised budget that the money that we'll allocate to Aloha, for example, for Measure BB, whatever we haven't spent, we'll allocate it to now Willow and Melbourne. Depends based on the percentage of students that go into those schools. So it follow the students so that we can enhance and add to the existing budget at Willow and Melbourne.
So that brings up another question. How do we know for sure how many students are going to be going to that school? Because parents have choices.
Correct. So that's why that's the next phase, right? You have to do the first thing is to do the boundary, and then we'll send letters to parents informing them of their new home school, and then also informing them of, if should the board approve, the school of choice process, and if there were priority given to them. Once we know all that, then we can recommend the funds follow the student. So that's our recommendation or operation mode, is that the funds, the remaining Measure B fund, will follow the students to their new schools.
Even if they're going to another city. So that's concerning to me. That's just something that we should think about as a board as we're continuing in this process.
Sure. And we will make that recommendation to the board. The board will have to approve that.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Rios.
Yeah, I don't want to debate that today, but I think that if I don't want it to become a student. I'd like to see that if you're going to close Aloha in Lakewood, then that money go to Willow, a school in Lakewood, to attract students, to improve the facility so that that community wants to stay in that area, and they have a, like have it be a silver lining, like here's some benefit. I mean, it's hard to say that because closing the school is terrible, but at least there's this. We're going to improve your school. So anyway, but that's a
That-
conversation for later.
Yes. That will be a recommendation. But
Board Member Yu.
Tuan, I just wanted to clarify. My understanding of the bond was that the property taxes, it goes to the district. And the district, remember the facility committee? They are the ones who decided, that committee and board approved. I think maybe Chini is more familiar because you were in the committee. Decide on the bond, the money doesn't necessarily go to the school in that district. It comes to the district and it's shared all around. And then
Yeah.
the facility committee and the board, we are the ones who decided how much, which schools will do the renovation first and so forth.
correct.
Correct? Right. So it's not necessarily like the property tax does not necessarily go to that school.
No.
Yeah. So
Correct.
that I just wanted to, can you clarify that?
So it has nothing to do with property tax relating to that school. So Measure BB total $258 million. It was approved by the voters within the ABC district, right? Each school was given a Measure BB allocated amount. That has been fixed. When you add up all of our facilities, it will add up to $258 million. And the Citizen Oversight Committee is looking at this every quarter. So that hasn't changed, right? Now the schools that being consolidated, now they have existing Measure BB fund that have not been used, right? The recommendation from staff will be that fund will be allocated to the new schools. For example, again, with the case of Aloha, they will be going to Willow and Melbourne based on the number of students that's projected to go there based on the new boundary study of what the new home school will be. So I hope that answers.
Yes. So
Yes.
the idea is that if we don't vote on this, the money doesn't go with the kids. We want to make sure the bond monies go with the kids so that they don't necessarily get to go to Aloha, but Willow, where most of them are going to go,
Correct.
is going to get extra.
Correct.
They're going to, because it's got to follow the kids.
Yes.
It's got to follow the kids. The money has to follow the kids to the facilities that they will be going to. If we do not vote on this, what will happen is it gets dispersed throughout the district. I don't think that's fair.
I don't think that's what we're voting on. I think that we're voting on something completely different. It's just a conversation that we will be having
Correct.
when it.
This
when
this
the- at a
$5
later
million
time.
is coming from the bond fund. The idea is so that way the kids who are directly affected will get a benefit from having facilities that will meet their needs.
There's no language about kids here, Mr. President.
Okay, but it is about the facilities where those kids will be, right?
Yes, and this will expedite the process to ensure that the facility will be ready next year when schools open.
That's right. If we don't vote on this, then the kids won't have the facilities in the time that they need
Everybody's
the
ready to go.
facilities. That's the important thing. We
Point
don't
of
want to
order,
be we don't want to be
Point-
negatively affecting their education by waiting.
Point of order, Mr. President. I think we are
Sure.
going to vote. It just depends on each individual vote. There is a vote. There's a motion. There's a second. We had conversation.
Yeah.
We're going to vote.
Yes,
Nobody
but
said we're
I
not
get to
voting.
I get to say my board comment. I'm the last one who gets to
Okay,
speak.
go ahead.
And that's what I was wanting to explain, that to vote on this positively means that we are spending $5 million to address the facilities as to where those children who are affected are going. So that's what this motion is about. And it's on an emergency basis because we don't want to wait 2 years after they've already moved and we impact them even more. So I would prefer not to do that. So I'll call for a roll call vote.
Mrs. McCatton,
Yes.
Mrs. Mendoza,
Yes.
Dr. Rios, Mrs. Yu,
Yes.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui,
Yes.
Mr. Noyola,
Yes.
Mr. Nishii.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve contract with MGT Impact Solutions LLC to provide boundary planning services for the district for the 2025-2026 fiscal year?
Move approval, McCatton.
Second, Tatiana.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Ishii. Again, after the vote of the board from the last meeting to consolidate schools, this is the next step in the transition process, is that we are now need to determine new boundaries for our schools. So Davis Demographic, who is now part of MGT, has been working with us for the past, since 2008, 17 years, and have studied and have complete our last 3 enrollment projection for us. So they are the expert in this area, and we are recommending using them since they are familiar with the district, and time is of the interest, because we want to be able to take this to the board for approval at the next meeting, hopefully, and that we will inform parents of their new homeschool, and so that they could make an informed decisions about their homeschools.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
None.
Is there any board comment on this item? Board Member Mendoza?
Yes. So we're going to pay another firm to help us do boundaries.
Yes.
So I guess this is the beginning of expenditures on consolidation.
Yes, this is an expenditure that we need to incur to draw a new boundary for our schools.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice President Noyola, mindful that we have 2 minutes.
Thank you, President Ishii. I just wanted to clarify. So this redrawing of the maps will just be for the consolidated schools. Is there a chance that we can also maybe look at the entire district boundaries? I know some of these boundaries were placed decades ago, so maybe it would be a good opportunity to revisit the entire district.
I will communicate that with the consultant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment? I call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Need a motion to extend the meeting for another 20 minutes.
I'll make a motion.
Second. No,
Second.
Okay.
Can I make an amendment to that motion? Last time we didn't get to do our board comments, so I have a lengthy board comments, and I don't know if we're going to have enough time. I don't want to be rushed this time.
Okay. You don't think 20 minutes is enough?
We still have what? This? Just one?
Just one item.
Okay, I don't want to be rushed this time because I felt very rushed at the last board meeting. We had absolutely no time.
Okay. So can we have the motion? So you want an hour?
No, I said 30 minutes. If we don't use the 30 minutes, then we don't use the 30 minutes. But I don't want to feel rushed. I want each and every one of us to have a chance to talk because last board meeting, we had 0 minutes.
I understand. Okay. So can I have a motion for 30 minutes extension?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. We have an extra 30 minutes. We can close at 11. I will actually have to leave in about 5 minutes, so I apologize for that. And I'll have Vice President Noyola take over. Quarterly Williams Settlement Compliance Report for July through September 2025. Dr. Zelo.
Thank you. We received our report from the LA County Office of Education. There were no complaints in the areas of instructional materials, facilities, teacher vacancy, or misassignments.
Thank you. Last item is board member reports. Board Clerk Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, President. As indicated, we did not have a chance to share reports, so I have quite a few. I was able to attend back-to-school parent nights at Leal, Bragg, and Carver Elementary, as well as Gar High School. It was really great to see all the teachers share and just be very excited about the upcoming school year. I attended the City of Artesia State of the City, delivered by Mayor Ali Taj. Proud to be a community partner with them. There are many exciting developments that are happening in Artesia, which we anticipate will hopefully positively impact ABC as well. Virtually, I attended the ABC AI Community Roundtable. Thank you to Michael Warrant. I enjoyed the real-world examples of how AI is presenting itself to our students. The next one is December 10. And again, I share in the sentiment of my fellow board members that AI is really becoming, I guess, the new way to be very successful as a career. I attended Aloha PTA's In-N-Out Truck fundraising event, which had a great turnout. I appreciated how the administration opened up the lunch tables to allow families to enjoy being with each other and the sense of community. I attended the California Latino School Board Association entitled Unity Conference. Multiple inspirational and motivational speakers, as well as educational workshops. Very proud of our board member, Dr. Rios, for being on the board of CLSBA. It was so great to see her in her element with her community. From Policy to Progress, Latino Leadership That Transferred Systems was a great workshop. From engagement, parent engagement to empowerment, a systemic, equity-driven family partnership model. Navigating change, managing school closures amid declining enrollment was also a workshop we attended. And budget challenges and community impact in an urban district. I was invited and attended Stowers Mandarin Immersion Parent Meeting. There was such a great turnout there. The room quickly filled with a lot of eager parents, and it was nearly standing room only by the beginning of the meeting. You really get a strong community and sense of leadership there with the parents. I am proud to have attended Leal Elementary's Fit-a-thon fundraiser. It was a school-wide event, and if you can imagine, there was approximately 80 parent and family volunteers leading 8 fitness stations from about 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. It was a credible sense of a commitment by the entire school community. Relay races, hula hoop competition, freeze dances, everything you could think of. I've always just tried to push for a jogathon or something because I feel like it's easier, but we really like the fit-a-thon just because it gives kids something new, and kids said it was the best day ever, so it was really fun. I attended Cerritos Elementary's Distinguished School Award celebration, Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee meeting for the month of September, Cerritos High School Junior Varsity volleyball teams against Artesia and against Whitney. Those were very exciting games, a lot of competition between all of our schools. I'm excited to share upcoming events, including the City of Lakewood Fest of All. That will be at Palms Park. So we just had Palms Elementary School. I'm sure some of those kids will be there. It is Saturday, October 11th, this weekend. I believe it starts at 2 p.m. There's going to be cultural performances, food trucks. Also this weekend is another Ube Fest. So it's for the Filipino community, but of course it's Filipino food. Everyone is invited. Filipino vendors, and that is this weekend at the Cerritos Performing Arts Center, like parking lot area, both Saturday and Sunday. So they actually had one a couple weeks ago, and I think there was like thousands and thousands of people there. So be sure to stop by. Thank you.
Next board comment is Vice President Mr. Noyola. No, that's me. No, I got to attend the Hawaiian Elementary Career and College presentation where, community members came out to talk to students about their college and career experience. And it was a great opportunity to, go back to Hawaiian Elementary, talk about my experiences, share, my college journey, and try to inspire them to, really consider college and see themselves as a college-going student because they're all capable and there should be no obstacles for them. I also got to give a presentation to the Hawaiian Gardens City Council at our last month's meeting, and I got to give them an update. Got to share the updates about our consolidation plan. They had some questions that we will be responding to, and last but not least, I do want to acknowledge I did get to attend the Know Your Rights at Ferguson Elementary and Hawaiian Gardens. We've had 2 incidents of ICE raids, and I want to acknowledge that the City of Hawaiian Gardens community has really come together to try to support each other and spread awareness on what they should do for families and community when dealing with these incidents. And I also want to thank our Lakewood Sheriff Station. I got to speak with Captain Hugin this morning, who has acknowledged that the Lakewood Sheriff Station is not partnering with any federal agency in any of these ICE raids, and they are doing what they can to keep us informed and keep us safe and stay vigilant. So I want to recognize that our sheriff deputies are our allies, and they are looking out for our community. That is my report. Next board comment I have is Board Member McCann.
I've attended several back-to-school nights: Burbank, Tracy, Cerritos, Gar, Ross, Carmenita, and the most interesting one actually was Bridges, because I didn't know anything about the Bridges program. So that was very interesting at Cabrillo Lane once I found the location way in the back of the school. I've been to 2 GAR football games. They lost the first one. The second one they won. But we got the sneak preview of the band and the color guard. And as usual, Mr. Loney is doing a fabulous, fabulous job there. I got to meet our guests from the South African contingent. I attended Cabrillo Lane's craft fair. Went to Artesia's Historical Society School Days fundraiser. Went to the celebration at Cerritos Elementary for their California Distinguished School and for their principal's birthday on the same day. And we've had 2 strategic planning meetings that Dr. Castro has organized, and they have been very engaging and fun. One was on the district's strategic plan, and the second one was on the career technical education. So had very educational meetings and fun.
Thank you. Next board comment, Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Vice President Mr. Noyola. So I've got a long list, and I know last time we didn't get a chance to share, so it takes a little time. I got to attend some of the back to schools. One that I attended I actually did 2 in one day. I did Cerritos High School, and they did the revealing of the 2 murals, which were done by students, and they're beautiful murals. They took a lot of time to do them, and they took a lot of pride doing them. So I'm glad that I got to go there. And then I ran over to Gar High School. It was very strange to be at Gar and not have a child there, not be as a parent, but just a board member. And I almost made it to all the classrooms. I like to go and visit all of them, but I didn't get to because every time I went somewhere, I would run into a parent or see a student. And so it was really nice just to go in there and just, be present with our community. We attended the study session here at the board, and then I did go and attend the California Latino School Board Association with Dr. Rios and board member Bowie. So it was an amazing conference. I got a lot of information. I talked to a lot of people because it was that weekend right before the meeting for school consolidations, and I got a lot of information, a lot of ideas. And one of the things that really came up was that, what's your plan when you consolidate schools? And I'm like, I don't know. We don't have a plan yet. And so I think that's something that our community should know. I think our community is entitled to know what we're going to be doing with those schools that are closed. I went over and I attended, I know many of you attended the Artesia Historical Society Gala. I'm going to take a point of privilege, and I'm going to say that it all started in Artesia. Our school district started with 3 different school districts being consolidated together, and so Artesia actually had the first school. It was called the Artesia Grammar School. And so I'm very proud to say that my city of Artesia is kind of the gatekeeper of all of the information for our district. It was amazing to see like who our schools are named after. Like I didn't know a lot of the people who were, and I'm like, wow, they were a lot of the very first school board members for ABC Unified. So it's really good to see that, and I'm taking a lot of pride in that. And the ladies, they did an amazing job. It was so much fun. So I want to thank them for putting that on for us. I also went over to Norwalk. In Norwalk, the city of Norwalk hosted the Art Sanchez Senior Open House exhibit. If you guys are not familiar with the parade that's been going on in the city of Norwalk for over 50 years, Art Sanchez Senior began the parade. 10 years later, the city kind of supported him. And so he and his family have done an amazing job in Norwalk. And he did so much that there's actually a school named after him in the city of Norwalk. And so this Saturday is actually the parade. So if you have time, come on over. I am actually going to be in the parade with my husband. And my son's going to be driving me in the car. So that'll be a first. LAUSD has 2 days off that ABC doesn't have, so I came over to visit some schools. I was able to go visit Fedi Middle School, and I got to see all the amazing programs, and I love their gaming room. It's just so much fun. Like, I want to sit there and do some games, but I can't. So it's great to go back there. I went to visit Stowers Elementary School, and they were so adorable. They were speaking Mandarin, and I didn't understand a word. But you can see the engagement. The teachers were there. They're practicing their colors. They're repeating. And so I was just in awe of those students there who are in the dual language immersion program. So it was nice to see that. And then I went over to Ferguson Elementary School in the morning, and I got to see them. And I wanted to go into the dual language immersion programs and see students. And I just think it's amazing that our students are learning 2 languages, and some of them, this is their 3rd language. And I think for them, starting at such a young age, they're like little sponges. They just, everything. And they were having breakfast, and I remember one little kindergartner, and he looked like he was having a bad day. And I went over to him, I started talking to him, and you're not having breakfast? He's like, no. And I said, oh, you don't want to eat breakfast? And he said, go away. And I said, okay, I understand. Some of those mornings start like that. So it was great to see the school, and I think they were doing the Williams. What were they doing? Yeah, so I tried to make sure I was out of there in time because I didn't want to be bothering them. I also got to go to the Diversity, Unity, Equity Board Advisory Committee, and Dr. Castro, she brought us food, which was delicious. And I really enjoyed the meeting because I love being with our students. They bring ideas. They're just out there. They're like amazing, and it's the future, right? They're going to take over. So I was really glad to see that. I did go over to Cerritos College, the car show. They were celebrating the college's 70th anniversary. So that was lots of fun. And I just wanted to do some announcements. I know GAR is having their homecoming tailgate, which is going to be on the 17th. So if you want to join us, it's from 4 to 6 p.m. I get to go as a board member, not as a parent this time. And then I'm wearing my pink because this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I think all of us can say that our family members have, been touched by breast cancer, or we know someone, and I just want to make sure that we acknowledge, that we have families out there who are struggling right now and who are survivors. So I wanted just to mention that. This month we are also celebrating Diwali. Diwali is the festival of lights. It is celebrated by many, and it's a victory of light over darkness. And my last comment is just about our meeting. I'm still very emotional about it because we had public comments, and I think that's going to be around for a long time. And I think our public can come and say as much as they want because it is emotional. It is very emotional. And I think if they want to come and they want to say their comments, it's it's valid. They're valid comments. And, you know, a lot of us up here advocated for Ferguson and the city of Hawaiian Gardens. And Vice President Noyola said it. Our community in Hawaiian Gardens is dealing with issues that no other city in our district is dealing with. I can't imagine having to get text messages or see in social media that there's ice raids. I had to reach out to the superintendent because I had a parent tell me that grandma didn't want to go pick up grandson. She didn't want to leave her house. And I can't imagine having to worry about that. And as a parent, you're at work and having to figure this out. And so the superintendent was very supportive of that. And she's been very vocal about helping our families in whatever they need. But we need to be conscious that not all of our cities in our district have to go through those challenges. And we need to be very respectful of that. And that's why I advocate for that community so much. And also, people ask me, what's your plan for your schools? I don't know. As a board, we haven't spoken about that. And I think that's, out of respect, we need to come up with a plan sooner than later. Because they want to know what's happening. I don't think it's fair to consolidate a school and have an abandoned school as an eyesore there. But I know this district will do all that they can to make sure that it doesn't become an eyesore. But we, as a school district, need to have a plan. We need to have that conversation sooner than later. I know the process has already started with the agenda items that we had tonight, but I think it's only fair to our community that we proceed, you know, in a manner that's respectful and financially fiscal, but also they need to know and that they have a voice in anything that we do. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mendoza. Any other board comments? Seeing none, moving on to
Thing. He's gonna get mad at me if I don't say this. I'm sorry. I want to invite all of you to Dia de los Muertos movie at Archiza Cemetery. I volunteer there, and we get a lot of our students from the community because we have a costume contest, and there's prizes. So it's gonna be November the 1st from 5 to 9 p.m. And I think it's gonna be. I think we posted it too. Yeah, but it's an amazing. If you guys ever get a chance to come, it's cold, but it's fun. Sorry, Mr. President. It's going to be at the Artesia Cemetery, across from Gar High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Okay, seeing none, moving on to announcements. Our next regular board meeting will be Tuesday, November 4th at 7 p.m. here in the district board office. Committee meetings. Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee would be Thursday, October 23rd at 6 p.m. here in the district conference room. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, October 28th at 5:30 p.m. in the district office boardroom. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee, Wednesday, October 29th at 6:30 p.m. district conference room. Citizen Oversight Committee, Wednesday, November 12th, 2025, district conference room. Diversity, Unity, and Equity Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, November 18th at 5:30 p.m. district office boardroom. And special events are ABC Community Expo and 60th anniversary celebration is Saturday, October 25th at 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Artesia High School. Some dates to remember. Local holiday, Indigenous Peoples Day is October 13th, 2025. So no need to come to school that day. Second, public comments.
None.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Tatiana motions.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.